Yeah.
Good evening. It's 5:30 p.m. on Wednesday, November 19th, 2025, and this regular meeting of the Sandpoint City Council is now called to order in council chambers at 1123 West Lake Street, Sandpoint, Idaho. For the record, I am Mayor Jeremy Grimm presiding. Also present are City Council President Deb Rule, Councilor Joe Aspiro, Justin Dick, Kyle Schreiber, Pam Duquette, and Rick Howarth. Under the city's adopted code of ethics and civility, as the presiding officer, I am to identify law enforcement personnel serving as Sergeant of Arms for this evening's meeting. Tonight, we have Police Chief Corey Kuhn and several other officers. Thank you, Chief Kuhn and staff. If everyone will please stand, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Wow, that sounds great with a full audience. Thank you, friends, neighbors, residents, business owners, and maybe some visitors for turning out tonight. I understand that this meeting tonight and some of the agenda topics are sensitive and important to everyone here. So really appreciate everyone for sharing lots of emails and coming out to have some time to express yourselves. For the members of the public in attendance, there are no public hearings on the agenda this evening. So the public comment portion of this meeting, which will open here shortly following announcements and reports, will be the only opportunity for members of the public to comment regarding items on this evening's agenda or matters not on the agenda. This includes, as part of the Citizens Participation Plan, comments regarding the city's application for an Idaho Community Development Block Grant to support the procurement and installation of street lighting and site amenities for the Downtown Revitalization Project Phase 3. That's from Bridge down to Lake Street. To speak on this or any topic described, if you haven't already, please be sure to complete a comment sign-up form and hand it to staff at the back table. Moving along, if you're new here, we typically go through all the departments and review several, relevant issues and projects that city staff is working on. We're going to skip most of that today, and I will just make a great announcement that was completed today. If you have been trying to get up to Schweitzer, hats off to Holly Ellis, our public works crew, and many people working hard. The culvert has been replaced and paved as of this afternoon. So they will be opening that up tomorrow after one final walkthrough with the engineers, and hopefully get that ready for the ski season ahead and access. Before I begin with some council members' announcements, I just want to read a brief statement. Recently, an episode at the YMCA resulted in a biological male identifying as a transgender woman being permitted to use the women's locker room and changing areas. The YMCA stated that they believed they were required to allow this under Sandpoint's current City Code 5210, specifically our local non-discrimination ordinance, which they interpreted as obliging them to provide public accommodations in this manner. Whether or not that interpretation is correct, this incident made something very clear. Our ordinance has created confusion, uncertainty, and concern for both business and families. It has raised difficult questions about privacy, safety, and the proper scope of city authority. As your mayor, I believe it is my responsibility to address those concerns openly and respectfully, and as a result, I have brought forward a pragmatic solution, an ordinance that I believe addresses the present situation. Tonight, I want to speak about this issue in a way that honors the dignity of every person in our community. To be absolutely clear, every person, woman, men, and those who identify as transgender deserve to be treated with dignity, compassion, and respect. At the same time, many women, including school-age girls like my own daughter, do not feel comfortable showering or changing alongside a biological male. For many women I know, personal boundaries matter deeply. They rely on single-sex changing spaces to feel comfortable, secure, and respected. Protecting those spaces is not about rejecting anyone's humanity. It's about recognizing that women's privacy needs are real, valid, and worthy of protection. We also need to recognize the role of the city. We are a small municipal government. And is it the proper function of a small municipal government to decide who has legal right to enter which bathroom or locker room across every private business, gym, church, or public facility in town? These are complex civil rights questions that, in my opinion, belong to the state or federal law, not to local ordinance or enforcement by a politically appointed review board. I believe it's inappropriate for the city of Sandpoint to insert itself into intimate spaces where privacy norms, safety expectation, and longstanding social boundaries already exist. Setting reasonable gender boundaries for changing rooms does not diminish our respect for people whose gender identity does not align with their biological sex. They too deserve to feel safe, seen, and supported. What I propose is a balanced approach, a solution that provides accommodation that honors everyone's needs in accordance with state and federal law without asking
Mr. Mayor.
vulnerable women and
Mr. Mayor,
girls.
point of order.
Madam President?
I would ask that you save your comments for when this item is on the agenda later. We do have time to discuss it at that point. This is council's meeting, not an opportunity for you to explain your own personal bias to the public.
Thank you, Madam President. And just out of due respect, please, tonight, we're going to hear a lot. If we can just, be respectful, not awe or clap or do things like that. Madam President, I respect you. I have two more paragraphs if you would provide me. I believe it's important for the public to understand the intent of this ordinance before they make public comment in our discussion.
I would ask the council to agree or not agree with you finishing your statement.
Go ahead.
I'll let him finish.
I will too.
I will. Have we already taken this item up?
No, we have not. I'm just
Why are we
introducing.
talking about it before we've taken it up?
I'm just trying to introduce to the public the broad scope of what the item covers before public comment.
That seems a little out of order to me.
You are putting your personal
I have,
thoughts in it. So that's not just proposing what you're doing, I don't think.
okay, so the question is whether or not I shall proceed with my last two paragraphs. I believe it's 3 saying I shall, 1 on the left here saying no, and Councilman Schreiber, do you have an opinion? Shall I continue my last two paragraphs?
I do have an opinion. Can we move the public comment for this item to directly before that item rather than making everyone speak on that item now?
Out of respect and courtesy for the staff that has to give presentations, I think the public deserves the time to speak no matter which side of the argument they sit on. And our staff, out of courtesy for them, deserves to have the order of business of the city dealt with.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead,
So,
Council.
Madam President, you asked for a vote whether or not he should be allowed to speak or not. There are 3 that have said yes.
I would like him to continue and finish, but I would like to, I agree with Council
That's a different
Schreiber.
That's a different topic that can be brought up as a motion.
Thank you, Council. I believe that gives me the privilege to continue my last couple paragraphs. Thank you. I appreciate the time. Upholding women's locker rooms as female-only space is not an act of discrimination. It's an effort to balance rights in a way that protect privacy and ensure that all people, including transgender individuals, can feel safe. We can protect the dignity of every resident while also acknowledging that private boundaries matter. As your mayor, I want to approach this issue with empathy, grace, and with truth. I understand this is an emotional, sensitive topic. I ask that your comments tonight reflect respect for our staff, for the council, and for one another. Thank you so much. There are no announcements from staff. We've gone over that. Any announcements or reports from council?
Mr. Mayor, I have Sustainability
Duquette.
Committee meeting minutes. We squeezed another meeting in. I had to change because of holidays. So let's see, we approved the minutes from our previous October meeting. Our chair, Christine Moon, made a motion to reorder the agenda in order of importance so that we would have time to talk about the big ideas. We had a report on U of I student projects. It's just something we're trying to get going. We had a report on the communication plan by Mary Wilkos. We had a report on greenhouse gas inventory and cost estimate by Michaela Sundquist. We had a report on how we would do community outreach by Diana Duke. We have Rachel McKinley now is city staff working with us, which is delightful. She talked about committee standard operating procedures and roles. We got a report on the ICLEI. Oh, and I lost it. It's an international organization. It's non-governmental, but it's for sustainability issues. And she researched on a membership and it's the cost. It's got a cost. So we didn't want to start with that yet. And then Christine initiated a sustainability committee input on individual city projects that we could do. Then we had a report on the appointment of the Sustainability Committee sixth member. We would like to have another member. I believe she was going to speak with you about that. And then we reviewed committee member tasks, products, and due dates. And phew, we adjourned.
Thank you, Councilor Duquette. Any other council announcements or reports?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to hold off on the arts, culture, historic preservation in the interest of keeping this meeting moving, and I will report at the following meeting.
Thank you, Councilman Dick. Any other council announcements or reports?
Mr. Mayor, I am also going to hold off on bike ped meeting minutes and I will review them with the public at our next meeting. I would also like to ask when it would be appropriate, either before consent calendar or after, to amend the agenda so that the public comments that deal with item number 8, the Sandpoint City Code 5210, could be put right in front of that item. Anybody else who has comments that don't deal with that item, I would be more than happy to hear at this time.
Thank you, Council President. Just for the order of business, public comment is up next after council announcements. So
I would ask council to take a vote on whether or not we want to hear the public comment attached to item number 8 with that item or before it. This is council's meeting, so they do have the discretion to make that decision.
to be clear, Council President Rule, you are asking for us to take public comment right now on just the consent and then move to item 8 and then
No.
take public comment
No,
again?
I'm asking that if anybody has a comment on any item besides item number 8 on the agenda, that they are allowed to speak now. And then for courtesy and respect out of the staff's time, that we attach the public comment for item number 8 to just before item number 8.
I don't have an objection with that. It should be pretty quick. I don't think many people are here for anything other than council.
Okay,
Nate,
I've got
any
a section.
objection?
Okay.
All right.
And then I would also ask to amend the agenda to add,
Council President, with all due respect, can we just finish with council reports and announcements?
sure, do you want me to amend before consent or after?
Let's just finish with announcements and reports, and then you can make any motion you have the privilege to
Absolutely.
make.
Thank you.
Any other announcements or reports from the council?
Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilman Spiro.
we had Parks and Recs Commission meeting. I'll just keep it very short. Couple things is we're working on setting up a Avril/community workshop for those with the RV park. So the Parks and Rec Commission will be dealing with that. We're not exactly sure what that's going to look like, but in the next couple of months, the public will be aware of it and we'll be able to move forward and hopefully get that ball rolling. And the other announcement is after I don't know how many years, Pine Street Park and the beach is going to get some basketball hoops, court renovations. So I might have to kick off the dust off my shoes and teach these young kids a lesson, but we'll see. So we're really excited about that. So there's been a lot of playing on those courts, but it does need some love. So very excited about that. So see you guys out there.
Thank you, Councilman Spiro. Any other final council announcements or reports? Hearing none, moving on to public comments, and as I heard the council desire, we will now take public comments on items, correct me if I get this wrong, President Rule, Council President Rule, on everything but item number 8. Do I have that right?
Correct.
All right, Madam Clerk will now take public comments. Do you have the ability to decipher and, okay, we'll take public comments basically on the consent calendar and item number, I think that's about it. Yeah.
We
Sir.
do have Rebecca Holland for item number 6 on the consent calendar.
And just, Ms. Holland, you're aware, but let me just read this. The purpose of general comment time is to allow members of the public in attendance to address the mayor and council regarding items included on the agenda under the consent, old or new business. For the purpose of general public forum, you're also welcome to comment on topics pertinent to the business of the city of Sandpoint not included on the agenda and not anticipated to be scheduled for a future public hearing. Please note that council cannot take testimony on any planning or land use related matter outside of a public hearing. I'd like to make everyone aware that the city does have a policy on public meeting decorum. The rules are posted outside the chamber doors. In summary, I would ask that everyone please be pleasant and respectful, not make derogatory statements about others, including city staff, not be disorderly and disruptive, no calling out, clapping, or holding up signs. Public comment time is for comment only, no questions or debate. You're welcome to contact me during regular business hours if you have any questions or concerns. This is the only general public comment, other than the public comment we'll take immediately after on number 8. Those attending remotely who wish to speak may raise their hand on Zoom to make comment on anything but item 8. And when it's your turn to speak, please state your name, whether you reside in Sandpoint city limits. Each speaker will have 2 minutes tonight. Hello, Ms. Holland.
Good evening, council. My name is Rebecca Holland. I live in Selly Valley. I call Sandpoint my hometown. Very quickly, I just want to touch on items 6 and 7 collectively, and in reference, requesting this application for another downtown revitalization project. In my opinion, there is only a certain amount of time and labor that our city staff can give to chasing grants, and only a limited amount of money from taxpayers to match grants. Voters made it clear in the last 2 elections they want environmental problems dealt with before beautification. To that point, another item, which is that Bridge Street LLC, brings us to the area of the Sand Creek area. Would like to see the council direct staff to put energy into engineering and grant proposals for a stormwater management on Farman's Landing. And this ties into keeping our public access open for cyclists. There's a lot to unpack, and I will make myself available to meet with any planners or counselors that are interested to share my knowledge from the 8 years that I served on the Bike Ped Committee. This project needs to rise to the top before sidewalks and street lights, in my opinion. Thank you for your time. I also will save some time for
Item 8.
the other item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holland. Madam Clerk, anyone else wish to speak on anything?
Not at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Public hearing comment on all other items has been closed. Moving on to the consent calendar. The next item is the consent calendar. For the record, the total amount of bills for approval is $296,944.81 for regular payables. Council, do you have any questions, or are there any items you wish to remove from consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schreiber.
Yeah, the mayor has personally profited from the University Park land development, and therefore it's inappropriate for him to sit at the dais and ask us to approve it, especially as a batch approval with mundane items like meeting minutes and payables.
Councilman Schreiber, with all
Therefore,
respect.
I would like
if there
to
are
ask for you
would
to
like to
remove item number 5 from
So
the
moved.
consent calendar.
So moved. Any other items council wish to remove from the consent calendar? I would entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dick, second by Howarth. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
I'm going to vote no because when every bid comes in over budget, the fiscally responsible course is to reconsider the project. We can get a wider sidewalk by moving the curb into the street without building a $300,000 retaining wall. And it's likely that we could have had been able to include that contract with other downtown revitalization work. So I'm voting no because of item number 7.
Thank you, Councilman.
Counselor Howarth,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette.
I would also go no on number 7. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on.
Mr. Mayor?
Just for clarification.
you.
Yeah, where is the item that was removed being?
That's
placed?
being placed at the end of the agenda. Sorry. Thank you, legal counsel.
Mr. Mayor?
Council President Rule.
I would like to amend the agenda at this point to move item number 8 to the end of the agenda, again, in consideration of staff and the items that they have to present to council and to allow for the public to have time to comment.
Second.
It's a motion by Rule, second by Schreiber to move item 8 to the end of old business. Any council discussion?
Go ahead if anybody else has anything.
So did we pass that or?
No,
Wait.
it's under discussion, Council
Okay.
President. And the motion is to move item 8 to the end of old business, so that we can presumably talk about item 9 first.
I think a healthy compromise, in my opinion, would to move 8 in front of 9 to keep 8 in front of 9 and maybe move the other ones up front if that's agreeable to council.
So just for clarity, 8 is the next item we're about to take up.
Yeah. Correct. I just don't want to do 9 before 8, but if you want to move, was your concern was number 9 or?
I was wanting
10 or
to
11.
move item number 8 to the
All the way-
end of the agenda to allow for staff to get their business done. We can try to move that along rapidly, and I feel like we're going to be spending a lot of time on item number 8. And out of courtesy for the hard work that staff does, considering they've been here all day, I feel that's appropriate.
Any other council discussion?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Schreiber?
Yeah, I support this because I don't want to see the public's comment get cut short using the excuse that we need to get back to city business. So let's just get the city business out of the way, and then I'm prepared to be here all night sitting and listening to the public.
I also think that makes sense. 9 should not take long.
Councilwoman Duquette, as proposed, we'd also then go through 10 and 11 as well, and the consent item.
Right.
Any other council discussion? This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Howarth,
No.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Dick.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor?
Madam President?
I would like to also amend the agenda to add an item for discussion under the premise of Title 74, Transparent and Ethical Government, 74-204, Item 4C. An amendment may be amended after the start of a meeting upon a motion that states the reason for the amendment and states the good faith reason for the amendment to be added to agenda. This item of discussion only on the city administrator position was attempted to be added to the agenda on Monday afternoon by 4 separate council members, and it did not get added to the agenda, so I would like to make a motion to do that now.
Councilwoman Rule has made a motion to add an agenda item titled City Administrator. To the agenda.
Discussion on appointment of city administrator, discussion only.
Discussion only.
Discussion only. It can only be added as a discussion item. There can be no decision made per the code. In C, it says final action may not be taken on an agenda item added after the start of a meeting unless an emergency is declared. I do not feel it's an emergency, but I do feel like it is an item that needs to be put out into the public. I'd be more than happy to add it to the end of the agenda, or we can add it before item 8, whichever the council prefers.
Mr. Mayor, I would second.
Councilwoman Duquette. I'm sorry, Councilman Spiro, you did second that, sorry.
Well, I was asking, second's fine, so we have discussion.
Yeah.
I did not know he seconded.
Second by Spiro. Any discussion on adding an item, discussion of city administrator
Mr.
to the
Mayor,
agenda? Councilman Dick.
I would be fine with that, but I would like it to go after number 8 on the Sandpoint City Code 52-10.
The last item.
Yeah.
of the evening.
That's fine with me.
Would agree also.
Any other council discussion? All right, council members, the item is added as the final item on the agenda tonight for discussion of city administrator.
Does it need a vote?
It
Mr.
does
Mayor?
need a vote. Thank you, Councilman Howard. All those in favor? So it will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Howarth.
No.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on, so based on the amendment agenda, public, please bear with us. We will move on to item number 9. Sorry, item number 10, I believe.
9.
9. Yeah, 9's fine.
Item
Thank
number
you.
9.
Proposed ordinance and summary amendments to City Code 329, open container law. This is an action item. Following council's passage of the first reading by title only of the proposed ordinance amending Sandpoint City Code 329, open container law. During our meeting November 5th, staff has made the revisions as requested by council, and the revised ordinance has been provided in the meeting packet. Does council have any questions they wish to discuss further? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion that the rules requiring 3 separate readings once in the ordinance entirety be suspended and the ordinance pass its second and third readings under suspension of the rules and that the summary is approved.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Schreiber, second by Councilman Spiro. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Howarth,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette.
Yes.
The ordinance passes, motion passes, and the ordinance considered read and passed and adopted under suspension of the rules, and the summary is approved. Moving on to new business. First item under new business is a proposed resolution awarding a contract to Welch Comer Engineer for Downtown Revitalization Phase 3 Design Services. I will now yield the floor to Project Manager Holly Ellis.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schreiber.
I move to table this item to our next council meeting.
Second.
There's a motion by Schreiber and a second by Duquette to table this item to the next council meeting. Any council discussion? We will then have a vote on the motion to table. This will be a roll call vote.
Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, it was moved by Counselor Schreiber and seconded by Counselor Duquette.
Yes, correct.
Okay, Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Howarth,
No.
Counselor Rule.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you. That is moved to our December, first meeting in December. Moving on. Item 11. Next is an update on the Cedar Street reconstruction project, and staff is seeking council direction. I'll yield the floor to Project Manager Rachel McKinley.
Mr. Mayor, I move
Councilman
to
Schreiber?
table this item to the next meeting.
Second.
There's a motion by Schreiber, second by Duquette to table this to the next meeting. Any council discussion? This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Howarth.
No.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you. And then finally, moving on, I believe, please correct me, council, if I have this wrong. We're doing some gymnastics tonight. You would like to now take up item 5 from consent. Is that correct, Councilman Schreiber?
Yes.
Yes.
And I'd like to table that item till next meeting.
So motion to table item number 5, final plat, University Park Place subdivision phase 3, city file PS 20003 by Councilman Schreiber. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Spiro. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Schreiber,
Do we have,
Discussion? Sorry, discussion.
I would just like to ask Councilman Schreiber if he is tabling to the consent calendar or the regular agenda. I would
Like clarification?
would clarify that, and I would believe that this is more appropriate to be on the regular agenda and not on consent calendar.
Thank you for that. Yes, I concur. Let's put this on our regular business.
All right, thanks for that clarification. I am doing some serious gymnastics. Did we just vote on that? Excuse me. No, this will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Howarth.
No.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. I think we are now back to item number 8 if my mind is working correct. All right, so number 8, we're going to take some public comment. This is a proposed ordinance and summary, Sandpoint City Code 5210, discrimination prohibited. It is an action item. As I mentioned before, this is a public comment period on this item. I would like, as I made you all aware, we do have a policy on meeting decorum. I really ask that everyone please respect that tonight. We want to hear from everyone. This evening, there are a number of speakers. Just so everyone's aware, we prioritize city residents on the facility and present here tonight, followed by non-city residents present here tonight, and then followed by Zoom commentators. It looks like we have 132 people on Zoom this evening watching this meeting. So we will, I guess, council members, I'm ready to hear as much public comment as we want on this. I would propose to you, is 3 hours of public testimony sufficient? Do you anyone believe we should take more than 3 hours of public comment or testimony on this? All right, I would propose that we conclude public comment on this item at approximately 9:00 p.m. If not earlier, if we can get through everyone. For the public, if you are going to speak tonight, I would ask for you to be efficient. You'll each have 2 minutes. There's no sharing of time, transfer of time. If you simply want to express your support for the existing ordinance to remain as it is, it's effective just to come say that you support the existing ordinance. If you would like to support the ordinance that I brought forward, the council may consider voting on, simply state that. And with that, we will proceed. So, Madam Clerk, can you please call our first speaker? We do have folks in the 2 other rooms. So if you hear your name called, we will do our best to get you through the room so you can come and speak on this item.
Mr. Mayor, we have Nicole Grimm.
Nicole Grimm, I know that name.
Hi, I'm Nicole Grimm, and I'm a City of Sandpoint resident. And I really just wanted to come up and say I'm really thankful for all of your service serving our community. So thank you. And this is an important discussion, and I just wanted to express that I do favor support amending the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Grimm.
Mr. Mayor, we have Isaiah Gray.
Is Isaiah Gray in the building, maybe in one of the other rooms?
We have Nicole Henshaw.
Is Nicole Henshaw in the room?
Mr. Mayor, can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, Chief.
So we can stack them? Or do we have to go one at a time? Because I got them coming from different. Is that okay, or is that too much stress? You want to just?
I think we'll just do our best, Chief, just to walk through one at a time. If Isaiah comes up and makes himself aware, then we'll feed him in. But right now, I assume you're Isaiah. We'll go with Nicole. And Councilman Spiro, did you have a quick
I
question?
want to encourage the public. Some of you have never come up here and spoken before. It can be nerve-wracking, emotional. I want you to know that it's okay. We still get nervous up here, and we still get heated. So we're equals. It's okay. It's all good. So share what you want. It's a peaceful area. So.
Thank you, Councilman Spiro. Nicole, can you just state whether you're a resident in the city of Sandpoint?
I am a resident
Thank
of
you.
Sandpoint.
You have 2 minutes, Nicole.
Thank you. I want to say that I support amending it. And I want to point out that the Fair Housing Act, the American Disabilities Act, and the Civil Rights Act are all federal laws that enable people to have rights and prohibits discrimination and prohibits segregation. I noticed on the Safe Idaho website that they have concerns about various rights being infringed upon, which all of those rights are already protected under federal laws. And I want to make it known that as a woman, I feel uncomfortable allowing men into women's bathrooms. I would not want to be in a locker room with a man watching me change my clothes. And so, all the points that I noticed on that Safe Idaho website don't really apply to this, because this is about making everyone feel safe, I thought. And so if some of us feel unsafe, then our rights should be respected as well. And there is no discrimination that's happening with or without this ordinance, because it's all already protected under federal laws and acts and regulations. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Nicole. Isaiah Gray, are you here?
As Isaiah's walking up, Beth Knight, John Lawrence, if you're in this room, Mark Beaker.
I do reside in city limits.
Hi, Isaiah.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councilors. I am adamantly against allowing biological men into women's bathrooms. These spaces exist to protect the privacy and safety of biological women and girls. When biological males are allowed, that privacy is taken away and women are put into uncomfortable and very vulnerable situations. We should not ignore the biological reality. A biological man calling himself a woman is still a biological man. And when we ignore that, real biological women and girls are the ones that pay the price. I support amending the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaiah. Next up was
Beth Knight.
Beth Knight.
Hi, I'm Beth. I'm a resident of Sandpoint. I don't hear well, so that's why I'm looking all around when you guys are doing this stuff. First of all, I appreciate the time and the dedication that all of you give to your elected position. And I also appreciate the fact that you are willing to move forward with this sensitive situation that we have right now. And I do appreciate that, especially for a small town like Sandpoint, where it can be blow up. Anyway, I believe in terms of all the people I've talked to in the past month, that many agree that the town should move forward to change the current code, which will help protect biological females, the code 5210, to protect us in vulnerable spaces. And I please ask that you will vote to change this. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth.
Mr. Mayor, next we had John Lawrence.
John Lawrence.
I'm gonna wait till I get 2 minutes. Thanks.
There you go, John.
My name's John Lawrence. I live in Sandpoint. I'm here tonight representing the Board of Directors of the Bonner County Human Rights Task Force. Speaking on behalf of the board and on behalf of our over 700 members, I want to share that the Human Task Force opposes any efforts to weaken or eliminate the NDO. The non-discrimination ordinance as written provides important additional protections beyond state and federal laws for the LGBTQ plus citizens of Sandpoint. We believe repealing these protections would undermine the fundamental human rights of these valued community members. The City Council previously passed this ordinance, took a stand, and said no discrimination was acceptable in Sandpoint. A vote now to weaken or repeal the NDO is voting to make some forms of discrimination acceptable in Sandpoint. The Human Rights Task Force has worked for over 30 years in the county to promote tolerance and support the fundamental human rights of everyone in Bonner County. Saying it is okay to discriminate against some members of our community is, in our opinion, not okay. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Mr. Mayor, next is Mark Beeksma.
Good evening, Mark.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors. Thank you for your time. My name is Mark Beeksma, and I'm a resident of the city of Sandpoint. Please modify our current city code to prevent people with male body parts from entering the women's shower and locker rooms at places like the YMCA. My wife goes to the YMCA 4 or 5 times a week. As you would expect, neither of us are comfortable with someone with a male body parts coming into the shower with her. It is a bit shocking to me that we even have to have this conversation. This is particularly sensitive for us because our daughter was a victim of like spying. There was another family that she was very close friends with the daughters, and she would be at their house, and come to find out the father put cameras in the shower and bathroom, and he did go to prison for a period of time, but that was very traumatizing to our daughter. And it kind of caused her later to go into a mental breakdown where she was talking suicide and in the mental hospital. And I'm 64 years old, and that was the worst thing that I've ever been through. And fortunately, she has recovered, and she later studied mental health and has a master's and is helping other people. But I consider this a very serious issue. We should not allow people's imaginations or purported imaginations to affect public safety. For example, by law, we drive on the right side of the road. We should not allow people to drive on the left side of the road because they imagine they are on the right side of the road. We should not allow people to drive through town at 90 miles an hour because they imagine they are going the speed limit. Please change the law to keep women's showers and bathrooms safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Joe Tate?
Councilman-elect, Mr. Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council. Didn't think I'd ever be on this side of the microphone, but here we are. This is a slippery slope. I stand as a mental health counselor, as an ally, as an advocate for all. I don't discriminate who I treat at my business. My neighbors are my neighbors. I love my neighbors. I feel like undoing protections that ensure every person in Sandpoint is treated with dignity is a mistake. My opinion, this was rammed through city council quickly. And I believe that's on you, Mayor. I really doubt that anybody in this room truly wants to discriminate anybody. Like, and if you do, then probably should have a conversation about that. I care about my neighbors deeply, no matter what their age, sex, sexual identity, what they want to do in their own spare time. Our town is rooted in values like compassion, humility, treating others the way that we hope to be treated. Every human being has an inherent value. Every human deserves to be treated with respect. Like I said, I think this type of decision needs to be discussed with care, with time, with we need to validate everybody's concerns. To see this many people show up is pretty impressive, and it makes me feel like proud to be a Sandpoint resident and proud to be, I'm going to be sitting in one of those two seats here in a couple months. So I just want everybody to know that, I support what they want to do, and I hope we can find a clear path to do that without undoing laws and ordinances that have protected people for 12 plus years.
Thank you, Mr. Tate.
We are neighbors first, and every person deserves humanity and grace. Thank you.
Joshua Voss?
Morning, Joshua, or evening, Joshua.
Good morning. I've lived in Sandpoint for 30 plus years, and I actually work at a business. I'm not going to name it, but we have several transgender people there I work with every day. They're hard workers. They go to work every day. They do their own thing. No one has issues. The issue I have is the legal aspect of it. If a transgender male goes down to the beach and lifts up his or skirt and exposes his male genitalia to somebody in public, they get arrested like that. If they go into a public restroom and take off all their clothes and expose themselves to another female, there's no problem there. I don't understand this whole concept. I'm not against transgender people, but me personally, I'm an uncle and I have to take my nieces to Coeur d'Alene to do their swim lessons now because they refuse to go anywhere near the YMCA just because they have witnessed this. It's an atrocity. It really is. like I said, I'm not prejudiced against anybody. I love everybody. Um, it's, they just need us not be in our public areas where our children, our wives, our mothers are changing. Yeah, that's pretty much all I got. I'm just not okay with, biological males changing in front of my nieces. And it just needs to be stopped. Thank you.
Joshua.
Lavera Deland.
Could I hear that? Oh, here she comes. What was the first name? Laura.
Laura.
Good evening, Laura.
Good evening. Uh-oh. Hold on here. Where'd it go? Okay. Okay, so I like to public speak about as much as the next person, but I feel that this that this subject is too important. First of all, I can't believe we're here, that we're even having this discussion, that we've grown up for how many years where we have men and women's bathrooms, and there's a reason for that, is because things can happen. Last week, someone said, this is a complicated issue, and I don't think it's complicated at all. I think that I don't have anything against transgender people, gays, that whatever, it doesn't matter to me, but they don't belong in our bathrooms. We've always had separate bathrooms for men and women. The YMCA say that they check the sex registry to see if anyone's on there before they let these people in. And my daughter teaches criminal justice at Boise State, and here's a nice statistic for us. Out of every 2 guys on there, there's 1,000 out there that haven't been caught yet. So how many, I mean, that leaves our children vulnerable. I think, can you imagine a 10-year-old girl walking out of the shower only to find a man standing there? Do you think that would be traumatizing? And I think to take it a step further, a female that's been traumatized by being molested in their lives could be very detrimental. And how do we know who truly feels like a woman? Anyone can say that because they feel that way doesn't make it true. No matter how we try, a man cannot be a woman and a woman cannot be a man. You are either XX or XY. Men don't belong in women's locker rooms, they don't belong in our bathrooms, and they don't belong in our sports. Whatever gender you were born with is the bathroom you should be using. It just makes me wonder where common sense and common decency is. Where has it gone? I mean, this shouldn't even be a topic.
Thank you for your comments, Laura.
Suzanne Tabbert.
I'm Suzanne Tabert, resident of Sandpoint, esteemed mayor, council members, and staff. When I was a girl, I watched my mother march, write letters, and speak out for women's rights. This was in the 1970s, a time when women were fighting not just for equal pay, but equal respect and safety in our homes, workplaces, and communities. She fought so that her daughters and generations of women after her could have privacy, dignity, and protection in spaces designed for them. Today, I'm watching those hard-won rights slip away. What my mother stood for is being eroded little by little under the guise of progress. We are told that to be kind, we must ignore biology, that to be inclusive, we must sacrifice our own safety and comfort. Women and girls are being asked to give up what our mothers fought so hard to secure: our right to private spaces, our right to feel safe, our right to speak the truth about what it means to be female. We are expected not only to accept, but celebrate behaviors and lifestyles that go against nature and common sense. Yet when we speak up, when we stand for what's real and right, we are called intolerant, we're called hateful or narrow-minded. But standing up for women's rights and biological truth is not hate, it's courage. It's love for our daughters, our mothers, for every woman who deserves to feel safe in a locker room, a restroom, or shelter. My mother did not fight for women's rights so that her granddaughters would have to look over their shoulders in what was once a safe place. She fought so they could walk into those spaces with confidence and with peace. I'm asking this council to remember that legacy, to protect the rights of women and girls here in Sandpoint, to stand on the side of safety, truth, and the values that make our community strong. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Rachel Young.
Good evening, Rachel.
Hello, good evening. I am a City of Sandpoint resident. I've been here my whole life. I am a native and I'm proud to be one. I love our town. By trade, I'm a health and human programming professional. Mental health has been my career for the last 12 years, and I get to see every single day the long-term consequences of not keeping our youth safe. The decision that is made here tonight will teach our children and the generations to come exactly how we feel about them. We will either teach them that their safety means more to us than someone's feelings, or we won't. Young girls will either learn they are worth prioritizing and fighting for, or they won't. Young boys will be taught they matter, or they won't. The youth in our city will either grow up in a community that respects and cherishes both them and their mothers, or they won't. Statistics say that many of us have been failed by adults. And when it comes to our own personal safety, there's too many of us that have already been hurt. A lot of us can say that nobody kept them safe when they should have been kept safe. And we can't, in good conscience, as adults with sound minds, stand by and watch while we toy with the idea of subjecting more innocent lives to our own generational weaknesses. We can raise a generation of children who trust us, the adults, to protect them physically, mentally, spiritually, and emotionally. That is our responsibility, and the current ordinance does not allow us to fulfill that duty. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Joshua Torres.
Councilman-elect Joshua Torres.
Good evening, everybody. All right, Mayor, council members, thank you for your time. My name is Joshua Torres, and as the newly elected member of this council, I'm asking you respectfully to slow this process down. Sandpoint's non-discrimination ordinance has been in place for 13 years, and all that time, it has not created any lawsuits, financial burden, or community problems. It has simply provided a clear framework that helps to ensure people are treated fairly in employment, housing, and public spaces. The recent YMCA situation brought a lot of emotions to the surface, but it doesn't change the fact that the ordinance itself has worked quietly and effectively for over a decade. Right now, the proposal before you would remove any safeguard from LGBTQ residents in workplaces with fewer than 15 employees in housing and in public accommodations. Federal and state laws do not fill those gaps. Without this ordinance, someone in Sandpoint could be legally refused housing, fired, or denied service simply for being gay or transgender. And I don't believe that this reflects who we are as a community. Sandpoint is a tourist town and a place people choose to live because it feels welcoming. Making a sudden change like this, especially under a national spotlight, could damage that reputation. No other Idaho city that adopted an NDO has ever repealed one. Pocatello tried, and the voters rejected it because they understood the importance of maintaining basic local protections. I was elected just weeks ago. Voters chose stability, fairness, and thoughtful leadership. They did not expect a rapid vote on a policy that has been a part of our city for more than a decade. This deserves time, discussion, and participation from the full council, including the one the public just elected. Leadership requires steadiness. It requires protecting all of our residents, not just some. And it requires avoiding rushed decisions in the heat of controversy. This issue is too important to push through quickly. So I am asking you respectfully to pause this action until I take office so that we can review it together with full representation in a calmer, more informed process.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments, Mr. Torres.
Karen Ginto.
Wrong thing to say. Wrong thing to say.
Good evening, Sharon.
Hi, thank you for having this meeting. I've been going to the health club for around 23 years. And I've been swimming, I've been changing in the women's restrooms. And I am concerned, not only for me, but how about the kids? How about the kids that swim? How about the kids that have swimming lessons that don't have an adult with them when they're in the changing rooms? I don't know if there could be a different way to have a separate changing room for the one person that's in the club that's transgender. I don't know, but I think we need to do some serious talking about it, because being a woman, I mean, I'm an adult. I can't imagine being a child and having a man in the changing room. Like they said, what would it do to their mental abilities thinking about it? But I just think that we should talk about amending it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Jared Gonzalez.
Good evening, Jared.
Hello. Thank you for having me up here to be able to speak my mind. My mom's been going to the YMCA for 23 years. And I'm sort of emotional when you talking about this, but I'm speaking for all the great grandmothers, the grandmas, the mothers, the aunts, the sisters, wives, the little children. You know, some women have passed and have been violated, and I can only imagine how hard it is for a woman to be in the locker room and seeing a man's penis. I totally think it's just, it blows my mind. And yeah, I think it would be awesome if they had a separate dressing room for a transgender. That's awesome if they could do that. I'm more for it. But I just don't think it's fair to any, it's actually just violating women's rights in my eyes. So that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Lauren Sanders.
Good evening, Ms. Sanders.
Everyone, thank you so much for letting me speak up here, Mayor and Council, men and women. So I had a whole thing written to say, but I've been going to the Y for a number of years and I've never once seen a penis. And that's because if you read what happened, it happened when there was no one there. And the Jennifer who walked in on the person, trans woman changing, they were alone. So this person clearly knows how to operate in our system where we live, because you clearly see there's a lot of discrimination happening against trans women. So I want to start with that. Second of all, I really ask you to slow this process down. You all got my email, and I think it's really important that we slow down this process, because it's something that requires care. It requires talking to educated individuals about this, people who work for human rights task force organizations, so that you can make a better decision instead of going off of one that's based off of fear that you are being brought right now. There's a lot of fear here in this space, and there's also our neighbors here as well. And it's important that we don't let fear drive these decisions, because it sets a precedent that when there is a fear-based issue coming up, then the city council is going to make a quick decision. But we need to slow the ball. And I really ask you, I respectfully ask you that the council keep our current NDO, slow down the amendment process, seek expert input for human rights organizations who have faced similar situations. In my email, there was a number of people, different communities that have faced a similar thing. Maybe reach out to them. And please just slow this process down and do not make a decision on this tonight. I ask you, please. There's no rush. Really, there's no rush. Take care. Thank you for everything.
Diana Gore.
He is here. He's coming.
Good evening, Diana.
My name's Diana Gore, and I'm a resident of the city. Council members and Mr. Mayor, I urge you to refrain from taking fear-based reactionary action to weaken our community non-discrimination ordinance. Instead, let the facts guide your action. Research shows that violence perpetrated against the transgender community far exceeds that perpetrated by it. In fact, since the ordinance has been in place, there has not been one recorded incident of any harmful conduct against a woman or girl in our community perpetrated by one of our transgendered neighbors. Moreover, statistically speaking, from news reporting in Bonner County alone, the rate of sexual predation and sexual abuse by heterosexual cisgendered women against young girls far exceeds that perpetrated by any transgendered women. So if your aim is to protect women and girls in our community, by your logic, we should ban all women from women's bathrooms and locker rooms. Is that what you're proposing, Mr. Mayor? Where are you drawing the line, and who will you target next? Will you claim that since I am Jewish, I am a threat? Will my Muslim neighbor be denied access? Does the Black business owner who simply makes someone uncomfortable warrant ousting? How far will your fear-based discrimination go so certain members of our community can feel safe? I hate to even imagine your answer. Everyone in our community deserves the rights and protections afforded by our non-discrimination ordinance. Let's stand firm on assuring that we are a community that is safe for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ford.
Andrea Macarchio.
Good evening, Andrea.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Andrea Mercatro. I'm a resident, and I am here wearing the hat of a mother, a business owner, a board member of Sandpoint Alliance for Equality. I had the privilege of reading every kind, inclusive, thoughtful, and brave letter submitted online in our petition, from veterans and church leaders to parents, and yes, even our transgendered neighbors. In just 6 days, we collected 467 signatures in support of our current NDO, as written, no amendments. In the same 6 days since this was rushed onto this agenda, over 80 businesses signed on to a letter that I submitted to you all this morning. From mom and pop shops to some of our largest employers, the message was clear. In solidarity, they asked the leaders of this council to not dismantle the law that is central to making Sandpoint a vibrant and safe place for everyone to live, work, and raise a family. I ask you to vote no on this amendment.
Thank you, Andrea.
Samantha Ryan.
Good evening, Samantha.
Good evening. I've never been in this space, so I'm definitely nervous.
You're good.
I'm also wearing far too many layers, but that is what it is. I want to thank you all for your time and for sitting on this board and for listening to an issue that is so very important to so many Sandpoint residents. I too am a resident of Sandpoint, as well as a very, very proud mother of an incredibly fiery and fierce 6-year-old girl. I first off have a question that I didn't write down, but I feel that there is a confusion between sexual orientation and gender identity. Simply because somebody's gender identity is male or female does not mean that their gender, that their sexual orientation means that they are attracted to the same or the opposite gender. We don't actually have a way to test for that. And if the Y proposes putting safeguards to test, if you are queer, if you are in the LGBTQI community, I, for one, would not be welcomed in the female locker room. But I want to take a second and just read a poem from the incredible Andrea Gibson, who, if you don't know, passed away this summer, which was a tragic loss for our queer community. So I'm going to bring their words forward tonight. You will never make anybody's life better by agreeing to not be yourself. Denying who you are will never bring any other person true peace. Though it may not seem so from the outside, every soul in the universe is invested in every other soul living in line with their truth. Therefore, anyone asking you to live in opposition to your essence, to who you really are, is not speaking from their soul. They are speaking from their learned biases, hatreds, and fears. So to you, to be you is not only to be the guardian of your own spirit, but also to be the guardian of the spirit of those who mistakenly think their lives would be better if you'd agree to be someone other than who you are. I propose that we slow this process down and we do not at this time make any amendments to the NDO. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha.
Terry Pardini.
Hi,
Terry.
I'm Terry Pardini. I live in Sandpoint, have lived here since 1979. This is a slippery slope. They're not wrong when they say that. I would not want to repeat everything that people have said here tonight. So I'm just going to give a couple scenarios that I want y'all to think about, even the people behind me. Let's say I was born male, biological male, and I'm transgender and I have transitioned. And so I now am being forced, even though I look like a woman now, to go into the men's dressing room and bathroom. Now, I haven't heard anybody complain about anybody with breasts coming into the men's room. None of the men feel threatened by the women. But let's switch it the other way and say, okay, I was born female. Yes, and now I've transitioned to being a male. So I have to go into the women's restroom, even because that's my biological, what I was at birth. I think somebody's going to be upset that I'm walking in there and I have junk. And, you know, they're talking about it. If you look at the facts now, everything that I've read about this and heard is that this person wasn't flashing himself, if he even was a him. They just said he had a chest that looked like a guy. I'm sorry. There are a lot of flat-chested women around here, and I just don't feel like because we've had no complaints for 13 years, we've had no issues. Why are we even going down this road from one instance where there wasn't anybody threatened? So I ask you to slow down, think about it. There could be other repercussions if you go down that slippery slope. So just thank you for hearing me and thank you for being here. And yeah, I like the way it's written now.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Terry.
John Hartman. Did you want to speak?
Good evening, John.
Hi, my name is John Harmon. New to the city just last year, bought my home, beautiful Sandpoint. We always hear about victimization from women. I was sexually molested as a child at 10 years old as a male. The trauma that comes about that, we always say we have issues where nobody's reporting these things. I would like to say I'm 61 years old. I didn't even speak about my sexual molestation until I was in my late 30s. Due to shame, due to the pain, due to questioning, was that my fault? Did I deserve it? Am I wrong? Am I this? As a child, if I could go back and I could change it, I would. I would change it. I look at the other end of it too. I'm married. I'm a Christian. My values are to love God, Jesus first. And I'm married. I share my private stuff with my wife and my wife alone. I don't want to be in a place that I have to worry about that. I truly believe that it's hard for all those people, transgender, whatnot. Everybody has issues and problems. But I do believe that opening up spaces that are private, I prefer to have a place that's private to change and do these things because of my victimization, being sexually molested. I would ask you to, yes, to take a stand and come up with a better solution to the issue to protect those, even the young ones, as a victimized male. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Mael Jensen.
Hello, Mile.
Hello, I'm Mael Jensen and I reside in Sandpoint. And I wish to amend the ordinance. I'm a 14-year-old athlete on the Sandpoint Sharks, and I'm not comfortable with a biological male changing and or being in the same locker room as me. I have a younger sister who is also on the team, and I don't think this should be normalized in her mind. No one should have to normalize the opposite sex watching them change. A man can easily say they identify as a woman just to gain access to the locker room. This is an extremely unsafe situation for lots of little girls, including myself. Thank you, and I hope this can be amended now. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mile.
Will Edmondson, Ellen Weissman,
Was Will Edmonton or Ellen Weissman?
Alan's coming.
Good evening, Ellen.
Good evening. Thank you for taking comments on this. Um, it's a hot topic, obviously. It's a lot of people here with very strong emotions, and I would like to ask you to wait on any decisions and get a group of people together. I'd be willing to be part of that, who can talk with each other and representatives from the Y. This is a private business, right? They have the right to do what they do with the private business, with their clientele. When I was in middle school, there was a girl in my locker room, not mine, but the locker room. She had a penis. I was very surprised. Was I blown away? Yeah, but did it scar me? No. I felt more empathy for her than for me. She had a vagina too. I left that part out. She had both. There are people on the planet with both. There is a wide spectrum of sexuality, of people who are sexual in their bodies and in people who are sexual in who they love. But let us all love each other and not make this into more of a deal than it is. This gal who spotted this other person, why didn't she just walk away? Sounded like, online anyway, her post initially was that she was freaked, but this other person was not doing any harm to her. And most men who do harm, 90% are heterosexual, not trans, and not homosexual. And I have many more things to say, but I'm over time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ellen. Is Will Edmonton here? Oh, there you are.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Will Edmondson. I live and work here in Sandpoint, where my 3 kids were born. Just super happy to live here. And I want to thank you all for what you do in service to the community, asking you to change the code, just to remove any confusion. I think it really does come down to me to a women's rights issue, which, surprisingly enough, is having to be held up in 2025. And I think we need to truly, keep Sandpoint safe for everyone. I definitely, I'm all for whatever people want to do. That's totally fine. But I think that, it does create confusion and that we should amend the code. So just for the safety of our community, especially women and children. So thank you.
Thank you, Will.
Dean Cannon,
Good evening, Dean.
Hello there. Okay. It's hard to really add to what has been said, and thanks for listening. Obviously, the topic is extremely important, and thanks for putting it front and center as you guys have done. Sandpoint resident, member of the YMCA. My wife and I have 2 girls, talked about it. they're not going to the YMCA. They're not going to be changing the women's locker room there. Our parent group are all in agreement. We're unanimous on this. And we all have kids too, and none of them will be using it. So it is a business, but it's also going to lose business. Not all change is progress. I support changing the code to clarify that human beings are male. And a federal judge ruled on August the 23rd, and this was the second time he ruled, and he upheld the Idaho law that basically says you must use the bathroom assigned at birth, or male or female, and I support that ruling, as I think we should also. No man has a human right to shower with my daughter at the YMCA. I'm sorry, he doesn't. And it's not compassionate to engage and encourage in someone else's illness or delusion. I have no doubt that these people are going through something, but my kids don't have to go along in that delusion with them, frankly. And it's not discriminatory, and I can't believe it. It's not discriminatory to expect that my wife and daughters have a locker room that is just for them. That is not discriminatory at all. It's common sense, and it protects their rights, where I think this other person is more engaging in extreme privilege. And I thought that kind of peaked during COVID, and we all saw it. And the message of professional activism is to slow it down. We've heard that a lot. That is professional, well-funded activism. Please listen to the youngest of people here who have so far want you to amend it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean.
Lorna Mitchell.
Good evening, Ms. Mitchell.
My name is Lorna Mitchell. I live in Sandpoint, and I would like to see things stay as is with the city ordinance. I'm not sure why everyone is so fearful of what happened. It was one person who considers himself a female, and there was no threat involved. So many people talk about how much threat there was, but I don't see any threat from that at all. I go to the Y. It wouldn't bother me to see a person that was transitioning, but then that's me, I guess. And I think there's just a lot of fear involved. And talking about imagination, well, some people are born female, some are born male, but some are actually born with both sexes. And who decides which they become in the birth? The doctor says, okay, you're a male, okay, you're a female, but what if that person really isn't? And that happens, and has happened over and over again. So it isn't just black and white. There's other things that are going on here. And I guess it should be slowed down too. And I'm all for it going the way it is. And I don't see any threat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lauren.
Mitchell Treese.
Good evening, Mitchell.
Thank you for what you do, council and mayor. And I just want to be brief and say I'm in favor of changing and replacing and falling back on the state. I think that's a wise thing to do. And also that I don't think it's okay for biological males to be in women's areas. Anyway, thank you again. And that's it.
Thank you, Mitchell.
Melinda Kristoff.
Hi, good evening, Ms. Crystal.
Sorry, guys.
You're good.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Grimm and City Council for taking the time to listen to all of us tonight. My name is Melinda. I'm a resident of the city of Sandpoint. I'm here today to voice my support for the code change. I speak for myself and all 4 of my children in my emphatic and immovable no to males being allowed in spaces of female nakedness. Spaces that are unmonitored, with no other males to protect us, and calls to 911 leading nowhere. This puts every person involved at risk. As a woman, I experience the world scanning for threats. Males account for 90% of all homicides and 90% of all rape. This code requires my children and I to override our instinct that is inherently dangerous to be naked in spaces with strange adult men. A few local businesses are asking my children and I to be naked and shower around men to further the tourism industry and to make sure that they make their bottom line. I refuse to let my family and I be used, humiliated, and degraded for the sake of someone's money or desire to feel like a good person. My children and I are not up for sacrifice at the altar of industry. This is not about religion or partisanship. This is about a biological reality that we cannot run away from. The words gender identity are open sesame words used for these males to dominate, demean, and to use our existence to validate themselves. That is not any woman or child's job. The code change would allow Sandpoint to take their dogs out of this fight and to stop sanctioning the victimization of women and children. Thank you for your time, and I'm sorry for the children.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal.
I got 4 too. I get it.
Simon Rhinitis.
Simon in the building.
I think he's coming that way.
Good evening, Simon.
Thank you, Mayor Grimm and City Council. I appreciate you very much. I have a great deal of respect for you as a Sandpoint City resident. I value the protection and the care and the concern that this council has for the safety and the rights of this community. I want to express my support for the change to the code. God has created biological males and females. He's also created human government as a protector for the most vulnerable. We will all give an answer to him for every thought, every deed, and even the failure to act in a manner that is right. In this context, women and children are at risk. And I'm here to express my support for keeping biological males out of the female bathroom or changing area. Thank you for your time. Please do what is right on behalf of this community and future generations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Simon.
Scott Haymond.
Good evening, Scott.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Scott Haymond. I'm a Sandpoint resident. I'm here in favor of amending the ordinance. I have a wife, I have 2 daughters, I have 10 or 11 granddaughters. I didn't stop to count. And I am extremely prejudiced in favor of the women of this community being safe and enjoying privacy in their life. And I agree with what Simon just said, that we should be in favor of keeping biological males, especially mentally ill biological males, out of women's spaces. It's a common sense thing, and I would appreciate it if you pass this amended ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott.
Eldon Renner.
Eldon, if you're in the room or the building. It's a break. Maybe the next.
Emily Lecomte.
Emily LeConte. Is that it?
Cassandra Morelli.
Sandra.
See somebody walking. There, hands up. I see that hand.
There are people outside in the parking lot.
Get him some marshmallows.
Hi there. Could
Yeah,
you?
I'm Cassandra Morelli. I live in the city of Sandpoint. Thank you for your time. I'm here to speak in unwavering support of our non-discrimination ordinance. There is a critical distinction that must be understood. Sexual orientation is about who someone is attracted to. Gender identity is about who somebody is. These are entirely different aspects of a person's life, yet discrimination often treats them as the same target. This ordinance protects both because both deserve equal respect.
You're good.
I keep hearing about being a conservative and having Christian values on this issue. As far as I'm concerned, the only two commandments are to love God and love your neighbor. Perfect love casts out all fear, and anyone made in the image of God is created in perfect love, including transgender and intersex. I firmly believe that Jesus would be flipping tables in this room right now if he heard remarks of not taking people as they are, and the government's acting out of fear instead of critical thinking and love for all people, not just the ones that look like you. Passing and protecting this ordinance means choosing fairness over fear, dignity over division, and equality over exclusion. It means we are all willing to stand up for our neighbors. That means everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassandra. Was Eldon or Emily available?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am a resident of Sandpoint and definitely a little nervous. Emily Lecomte.
Thanks.
So I'm going to take a different approach here. Obviously, there's a lot that's been said on either side, and I fully support amending this non-discrimination ordinance. And there are moments in life that imprint themselves on our souls and shape how we relate to safety, to our bodies, and to the world around us. And as a trauma-informed neurosomatic practitioner, I see the deeper layers that are not being talked about in this issue. Women biologically carry an innate awareness of physical vulnerability. We feel it subconsciously. And when a girl is taught self-abandonment over self-trust, it affects the development of her identity and who she becomes. Repeated exposure to environments that feel unsafe pushes her nervous system into adaptation, shifts into a chronic state of dysregulation, and that state becomes familiar. Through the fancy RAS system, the brain filters for what it recognizes, even when it's harmful. This is how early boundary violations echo into adulthood, not because she wants to repeat them, but because her biology is trying to resolve what it never should have had to endure in the first place. This deeply matters to me because I've lived it, witnessed it, and studied it. I've held women I care about as they've shattered in my arms from sexual abuse. I've seen and personally experienced the gravity of these wounds. It's something you simply cannot understand until you've been there. I share this in this respect because I've lived the long journey back to myself. I've held the broken pieces of who I was, not knowing how to fit them back together. And I know what it costs to lose your inner voice, and I know what it takes to reclaim it. If my experience has taught me anything, it's that every girl deserves to grow up with her instincts intact, her boundaries honored, and her sense of self protected. No one should ever have to rebuild what should have been safeguarded in the first place. And I ask you to please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. We'll do one more and then we'll take a very quick bathroom break. There's been a request up here. Is Eldon around? Let's try one more. Madam Clerk.
Carl Fish.
He is coming, or she. Mr. Fish, and just a reminder, if we can, if you're moved by a story or a statement or a comment, please just reserve your clapping, just so we're respectful to all. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Carl Fish, and I'm City of Sandpoint resident. And yeah, I spoke here last week, but just to reiterate and rehash, this is a most important issue to me. My wife works at the YMCA and she teaches group exercise class with several women in those classes, and I often go weekly as well myself. And those are my friends, and I really feel they need to be safe and have a safe place to change. And just because, just because you think you're something really doesn't make it a reality, much the same as if you were to sleep in a garage, it really doesn't make you a car. Procedures don't change who you are, or deep down, they really don't change who you are. And, we had this code for what, 12 years, and we really had 12 years to really learn about all of that with kids and what it does to a person. I know that when a person transitions, a lot of times they have a lot of depression, but that's besides the point. We want to delay changing this code, but delay for what? I mean, what's the collateral going to be in the meantime while we're, trying to keep people safe? We don't want to discriminate, but we need to keep people safe, and we need to be proactive by preventing harm, allow businesses to appropriately make policy without concern of committing a misdemeanor. And a lot of people have come to Sandpoint because they didn't like how things were elsewhere. And to that point, I'd respectfully please ask that don't San Fran my Sandpoint, and please amend this code. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Council, at this time, I've been requested for we'll take a quick 3-minute break for bathroom. We'll reconvene at 7:04. City Council meeting is reconvened at 7:06 p.m. and we will continue with public comment on item number 8. Madam Clerk, maybe if we read 2 names off at a time, that'll get folks ready.
We still have Eldon Renner,
Eldon Renner, and how about a second one?
Eric Burtonson,
Eric Burdenson. Either Eric or Eldon available.
a few people have indicated that they are outside.
Oh, okay, yeah, and I have no idea how many people are outside. A lot? And outside in the parking lot? Oh. It's Eric. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thanks for everything you do. I'm Eric Burnson. I'm a City of Sandpoint resident. I'm also one of the crazies that gets there at 5 a.m. and swims at the Y most mornings. Yeah, I think one of the reasons why my family and I live in Sandpoint is it's really such an inclusive town, and it's welcoming, and I think we have a really long-standing, durable NDO that reflects that. And I would just suggest that we take our time and kind of deliberate over it. In my experience, fear-based decisions are really never a good thing. And I think I honestly don't see the big emotional uproar over this issue. But I also feel like, we should be thoughtful about it and critically examine, are there solutions? But I definitely don't support amending the NDO at this point. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Eric.
Laura Razor,
Could we get that name one more time?
Alora Razor,
Alora Razor?
Coming. Somebody is.
Shauna Raison, my apologies.
Alora and Sean. Oh, there you are. Hi.
Hi. Good evening. My name's Alora Razor. I am a senior and I have lived here my whole entire life. In my opinion, this is not a slippery slope. There's a yes or a no, and in my opinion, this should not pass. Guys should not be allowed to go into the women's bathroom. It has been like this for a reason. And if you get offended saying that you're not allowed to go into the bathroom, then I feel like you should probably do a little bit of a self-check there. Not to be super blunt, but I think that there's a bigger focus, and God does love everybody. That is a thing. But we can love somebody and tell them the truth. We're not saying that people who are transgender or an LGBTQ are not loved and not accepted. Everybody here is not saying that they should be banned. We're just saying that they shouldn't go into the women's locker room or bathroom to then expose themselves. A little girl should not have to see that when she's young. And for the people who are saying that, oh, I didn't get scarred by seeing it, then there's something else going on. Like, we shouldn't have to be accepted into that. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Please no clap. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Shauna Raton, and I
Good
thank you
evening,
guys for
Shauna.
being here and having a conversation on this. I have compassion for everything that's said tonight, but I have to also give my experience with this. As someone who has struggled with a sexual assault when I was younger, those pieces of your story, they do mend, right, with the love of Christ, and you were redeemed through that. But those pieces will remain a part of your story forever, and they affect all parts of your life, relational and experience. And tonight I want to come and stand in support of amending in protection of my own daughter. The things that I have gone through and the things that I have worked through, I am so grateful for. And I know that I have used my experience through sexual assault to speak to other women and to relate to other women and to show them a light through that darkness. But if I can at all costs stand up here and say something that will protect my daughter and fight for her right to be in a locker room or in a changing room with other women, I will do so. So I thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you so much, Shauna.
We have Emily Golfany.
Good evening, Emily.
Hello, thank you for being here. My name is Emily Golfany. I was born and raised in Sandpoint. I'm not a city resident, but I am a Bonner County resident. Now, as I raise my daughter here in the area, I'm deeply invested in the kind of community she grows up in, one that treats all people with dignity, respect, and fairness, even when we don't fully understand one another. I am here to speak in strong support of the City Code 5210 as it stands. Sandpoint has long prided itself on being welcoming, compassionate, and safe for everyone, upholding protections for our minority and the lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, intersex, asexual, and two-spirit neighbors. Note the transgender. Reflect these values. Trans people deserve the same respect and humanity as any other resident, including the simple dignity of using the restroom or locker room that aligns with who they are. I understand that recent concerns have brought this ordinance into question, but this does not justify stripping an entire group of their basic rights and protections. My hope is to raise my daughter in a community that leads with empathy and not fear, one that shows her that every person deserves to be treated with decency. Please keep Sandpoint a place that honors the diversity of the people who live, work, and grow up here. I respectfully urge you to maintain and defend the existing code. And I would like to offer an internal question of what is more threatening, an individual using a facility the way it's intended to be used, or an individual who is admittedly following around somebody within that facility trying to look at their genitalia. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily.
Sheriff Daryl Wheeler.
Sheriff Daryl Wheeler. That is Bonner County Sheriff. Good evening, Sheriff.
Mayor Grimm and council members, thank you for the opportunity. I do live in the county and not in the city. I believe the issue before you tonight is not about how people identify and view themselves. It's about public safety. It's about the safety of women and children, and it's about the safety of men and boys who may encounter people of the opposite sex in any bathroom located within the city limits. We as public servants need to do whatever we can within our scope of authority to protect people at all times and at all places. we cannot tolerate a double standard based on a business policy that disregards public safety. In this vein, I believe the best course of action within this body is to entirely repeal City Code 5-210, which was adopted almost 14 years ago. The city code is unnecessary because state and federal law already protects discrimination violation. State laws have changed over the last 14 years, and we have seen federal and state courts rule discrimination cases that explicitly prohibit the discrimination codified in City Code 5-210. City ordinances cannot be more restrictive than state laws in Idaho, as the state laws have preemption over local ordinances when they conflict with the state law, or if the state legislature has intended to fully occupy the field of regulation, which they intend to do. Based on the conversations in the last week's meeting, this issue will be addressed in the upcoming legislative session. This code was adopted by the vote of the City Council, and it can be repealed by the vote of the City Council. I pray that that action be done tonight. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Sheriff Wheeler.
Cass Roberts.
And how about a second one too, Madam Clerk?
Sean Halsey.
Cass here.
Hello.
Good evening.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you for all your service. I'm not a resident of the city of Sandpoint, but I do live in Kootenai right outside, and we consider Sandpoint our home and our community. My name is Cass Roberts, and I do not support amending the current non-discrimination ordinance. I'm deeply saddened to hear about all the tragic stories of predatory experiences that have been shared here tonight, and I thank you all for being vulnerable in this space. That takes a lot of strength. But the NDO is not the culprit of those experiences, and it shouldn't be the target for those experiences. In my opinion, this event, the recent event that's taken place at the Y, is an indicator for why the NDO is so important. A person was followed into a space they thought was safe and discriminated against. And so I am in support of maintaining the NDO.
Thank you, Cass.
Thank you.
John? Here. And the next one,
Elizabeth Halsey.
Elizabeth, you will be next. Good evening, Sean.
Good evening. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Sean Halsey, and I live in Selly Valley. I'm here as a husband and the father of a young daughter. My wife is a survivor of violent sexual assault. She has PTSD from that assault. For her, the prospect of a biological male in a women's locker room does not feel awkward. It feels unsafe. Because of that, she will not use the YMCA or any other facility that allows biological males in women's showers and locker rooms. Our daughter has learned that we don't go there, and we've lost a place that should have been a part of her childhood. Many families here feel the same way. This is not theory. It is about whether a woman and a girl can undress in public facilities without fear. When people are naked or nearly naked, sex matters. Women and girls need spaces where they are not required to disrobe or in the presence of male bodies. You've already said in 5210 that Sandpoint should align with state and federal law. Idaho has already adopted a biological-based model for intimate school facilities separate by sex with single-user options, and the courts have signaled that that approach is sound. If you truly want the YMCA to change and still protect the city, you can do it with one focus section change. Add any facility that uses city property, receives funds, or has contracts with the city or local schools must run multi-user locker rooms and showers by biological sex, and must provide single-user or family rooms for anyone who will not use these spaces. In plain terms, if you want the city's money, property, or partnerships, you use biological sex for multi-user intimate spaces and offer a private option. If not, you are free to do otherwise, just not as a city partner. That one step forces the YMCA's hand. mirrors a model Idaho is already using and keeps enforcement in your contracts instead of inviting new lawsuits against the city.
Thank you, Sean. So Elizabeth round. Next, Haley. Oh, there's Elizabeth. Sorry. Good evening, Elizabeth.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Elizabeth Holsey. I am a resident of Bonner County. I am a survivor of violent sexual assault. Multiple generations in my family, including children, have endured sexual abuse. I speak from lived trauma, not hate. I used to bring my young daughter to the Sandpoint YMCA. We no longer do because the current policy allows biological males into the women's locker room, showers, and restroom spaces where little girls and vulnerable people are undressed. 99% of sexual offenders are biologically male, and males are dramatically stronger on average. These are facts. When we remove sex-based boundaries, we hand predators the perfect tool. Just claim womanhood and the door's open. I do believe that the man that assaulted me would definitely use that opportunity, and he was never caught. This has already happened in YMCAs nationwide, specifically with transgender people. My PTSD is real. It is not just fear. It is in my body. It is an activation. Every survivor's trauma in Bonner County is real, and it's being dismissed as intolerance. I'm begging you on behalf of every child changing for swim lessons, on behalf of every rape survivor who still flinches at shadows, choose safety over ideology. You said in the new amendment that Sandpoint should align with state and federal law. Idaho now separates intimate school facilities by biological sex with single-user options, and courts have upheld it. I support the amendment and request to consider the addition of one clear section. Any facility using city property funds or contracts with the city or schools must run multi-user locker rooms and shower by biological sex and must provide single-user or family rooms for anyone who prefers them. Please choose the vulnerable. Choose us. Please amend the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth.
Mary Lee Conley. And Rebecca Holland.
Marilyn Connolly, and then Rebecca Holland, or Rebecca, then Marilyn. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Okay, hi, Rebecca Holland, Sully Valley, Sandpoint, my hometown. Good evening. I am a straight biological woman. I support our current ordinance as it is written. I've been in thousands of public bathrooms, locker rooms, and I have never seen a naked man or a trans woman naked in any of them in my whole life. Never. I understand the YMCA closes off their space for the swim team when that is going on for the girls. So here we are, 2025, with transgender and gay individuals living openly in society. Civil rights recognize that transgender women have the right to use women's bathrooms and transgender men to use the men's room. That hasn't been much of an issue. It is wrong to try to push anyone back into secrecy. This is a watershed moment here and nationwide regarding sexual violence and trafficking of children. We need to be honest. We need to recognize real dangers, not manufactured ones. Straight male perverts are the issue we are dealing with in this country today. In 2020, as a representative for the Human Rights Task Force, I accepted a proclamation in this very chamber. I'd like to read two short parts from it. The proclamation presented was, whereas our values and our livelihoods depend on keeping Sandpoint inclusive and its residents, workers, and visitors safe from bigotry and violence, promoting mutual respect and open dialogue between all members of the community and the local government, including law enforcement. Whereas, this is important, there is no freedom or liberty unless everyone is treated equally. The message of hate has no place in Sandpoint, and all are welcome. I want to repeat that one. There is no freedom or liberty unless everyone is treated equally. We need to find a solution. We do not need to weaken our current DNO. It's a human rights issue, and we can't go backwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holland. Can I get a couple more names? Oh. Was it Nancy before or Marcy?
Marilee?
Marilee. Could you state your name?
Marilee Conley. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I am a 10-year citizen of Bonner County. I'm a concerned mom, woman, and grandmom. I think it's critical to realize how fragile it is to be young, physically weaker, and vulnerable. I personally would not want to come face to face with a naked male in a locker room while I'm showering and changing. Recreating at the Y should be a safe place one can count on to be safe. It would take only one predatory or even non-predatory trans individual to impact a young girl or any female's life forever. What would happen if he'd been using the women's spa? Talk about scary and claustrophobic. I'm really hoping a majority of men can understand this physical threat. I believe transgenders should have their own private bathroom, separate from the women's bathroom. For some males, it may not be an issue to experience. They may have not experienced modesty. However, to be a young girl initially navigating menstruation and how hard a time that is for most little girls, the last thing I can imagine is having a biological man sharing that space with me and other females. Why is it unsafe for a transgender male to use the men's restroom? Lack of privacy and safety is a female nightmare, especially that girl or woman who has been physically accosted before. Do we have to wait until an event more obtuse than the recent one occurs? We females deserve for our rights to be protected. I support amending the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Connolly.
We have Kimberly Sherpa or Alyssa Coatney.
It's a race.
Rock, paper, scissors.
If you could just identify yourself.
Yes, my name's Kimberly Sherpa,
Hey, Kimberly.
and I have little girls. Can't believe I'm starting to cry.
Fine.
But our swim lessons were messed up because we were taking swim lessons and the gentleman came into the woman's restroom, and I have to protect my children from the demoralization of going to the restroom and changing their clothes, not knowing if there's going to be a man in there. And then I just learned that at Schweitzer, they've made an announcement that they feel the same way. And so now our ski lessons are going to be all messed up because it's very concerning to bring my daughters into the restroom. And aside from the possibility of a battery, it's just demoralizing and humiliating to go into a restroom and imagine that a man is going to come in there when we're using the restroom. And I also don't appreciate having to be a bodyguard for my children at this extent. And I actually am really glad that this issue has come up because I've been aware of this for, a couple years, and I'm uncomfortable using Walmart restroom and things like that. And I feel like this is just an opportunity for the women's rights to be reestablished. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kimberly.
Alyssa Coatney.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Coatney.
You're good.
Deep breath.
You can do this.
What God has created cannot be undone. His way is the only true way. And if you have been assaulted, you would understand our fear. Nightmares every night, being threatened to kill you if you told anyone. I'm a wife and a mother to a beautiful baby girl. This is not what I want for her. It's not. I don't want my daughter to grow up and feel like she has to be scared of speaking up. Men in women's restroom, it's not right. It's not right. Bathrooms are intended for both men and women. Women and children have been assaulted. When this can be easily prevented, we need to stop giving in to delusion. It's not right. If they are mentally going through something, they need help. They need to see a therapist. We don't need to be giving into their delusion. It's a false reality. It's not real. Thank you.
Thank you, Alyssa. You're a brave woman.
Luke Patterson.
Good
My name is
evening,
Luke Patterson. Hello, Mayor and councilors. Thank you for all that you do for the city. I've lived in Sandpoint for 9 years and now a year ago moved into Bonner County. The issue being discussed tonight might seem like a small issue, one of little importance. I believe it's the small issues and the small compromises over time that are the ones that are very important. I think instead that this is a test of our collective and individual commitment to truth, to actual love, and to sanity. It's one link in a long chain that's heading somewhere. And I believe that the choice before you tonight is part of determining where that destination is. Where are you taking us? Where are you taking the city? Where are you taking our lovely community? There are some tonight who would ask you to cut the lines of logic and fact and unmoor Sandpoint into the chaos of untethered empathy. I must tell you that this will bring harm to our community and to the weakest among us. It's not loving to embrace a lie and to further it. So my ask for you is to protect the weak and innocent among us, not through weakness to a misled and vocal minority, but through strength and wisdom. Please repeal the ordinance, protect our women and children, lead in truth. You don't have to be a biologist to understand this. You are accountable to the citizens of the community, but you, at the end of the day, are accountable to the triune God for your actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke.
Amy Midstoke.
Amy.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Amy Midstock. I am a citizen of Bonner County. We are not here to debate the existence, validity, or worth of LGBTQ people. The good Christians of our town know that we are all equal in the eyes of God. For he or she or they made every one of us, even the queers. We stand here today to support reasonable discourse on a matter at the heart of Sandpoint. We acknowledge that we have shared values and common goals, and that our differences have served the cultivation of a thriving, diverse, and inclusive community. And we love that about Sandpoint. To change the NDO with the proposed amendments is not about litigation risk or the city's scope of operations. It is to be complacent with the vitriol and rage we've witnessed, to actively participate in the attempted erasure of LGBTQ community, to exclude them from the public, to make it unsafe for them to navigate in this world, in our town, with equal rights and protections. And this most definitely does fall within the jurisdiction of the city of Sandpoint. It's why we have city ordinances, city police, and we get to call ourselves a walking town. I know you're hearing differing opinions tonight, and they're heavy. And it will take time to process and to carefully consider a way forward that represents the business owners, organizations, and citizens, and the many victims we've heard tonight of your city. As leaders, we believe in your ability to demonstrate thoughtfulness and patience, and most importantly, to keep Sandpoint safe and welcoming for all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Amy.
Randy Benton.
Randy Benton. And can we do, oh, Randy's right here. Good evening, Randy.
Again?
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you, Mr. Mayor? Good. And council people. This is not discrimination or a human rights issue. This is a simple math and moral problem. You're deciding if you're going to make special accommodations for a delusional 0.001% of the people at the expense of the 99.999% of the people. For some reason, the delusional people and some political sympathizers want the rest of us to just accept their mental illness as normal, that they are not the sex they were born with, and now we have to make special allowances just for them. There is no reason to make special considerations for the delusions someone may have concerning their sexual preference. Science and the Bible will confirm there are two sexes, male and female. Anything else is a delusion on the part of the mental unstable. You can cut it off, do gene therapy, transplant organs in your body, and take pills till your head falls off. And at the end of the day, when they test your blood, you will be what you were at birth. For the safety of our young women, school children, and the mentally unstable, there is no logical reason to allow someone who is mentally unstable to enter whatever dressing room they choose. We need to protect those who have no ability to protect themselves and have to live within the rules the elected decide. People were elected to govern at the pleasure of the 99.999% and make the 99.999% be ruled and not make the 99% be ruled by the insanity of the 0.001 delusional people. Please uphold the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Randy.
Fabiola Ferris.
Was that Debbie?
Fabiola.
Fabiola.
Thanks. Thank you for your time. A lot has been said. I'm just gonna read what I wrote prior to coming here. I'm Bonner County resident, not part of Sandpoint, but part of Sandpoint. Live here, work here, go part of all these events. I'm writing not just as a Sandpoint resident, but as a mother of two daughters, ages 14 and 11, who have grown up going to the gym with me, using our local locker rooms, and learning what it means to develop confidence and boundaries. Anyone who has raised daughters knows how long it takes for a young girl to feel safe and comfortable undressing, even in front of other women, in the most vulnerable moment, and it requires trust. That's why I'm concerned about how the city code is being applied today. Whatever the intention was back in 2011, we are living in a much different world now. Times have changed, interpretations have shifted, and this ordinance now reaches into spaces that directly impacts the privacy and emotional safety of children. This is not about taking away someone's rights. It's about making sure we are not unintentionally taking away the rights of women, girls, and elderly individuals who depend on clear, protected boundaries, and intimate spaces. A child should never have to navigate adult-level social debates in a bathroom or locker room. They should have to, or they should never have to second-guess their safety when they are at their most exposed. Women have fought for generations of privacy, for privacy, fairness, and equality, the right to vote, the right to drive, to own property, and to obtain mortgages without a male signature, to compete in sports under Title IX. These rights were hard won, and they were created to protect our dignity, safety, and autonomy. These principles matter just as much today as they did decades ago. My request is simple, and please reconsider. With today's realities in mind, protect the dignity and safety of every resident, including the young girls who cannot yet stand in front of the council and
Thank
speak
you,
for themselves.
Fabiola.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments.
Savannah Ferris.
Savannah? Oh, excellent. Good evening, Savannah.
Hi, my name is Savannah Ferris, and I was on the swim club. There's one thing swimming teaches you as it's.
You're good.
Sorry, I'm just nervous.
You're fine.
It's
You're done.
sisterhood. We train 2 hours a day, 5 days a week. And after every practice, we pack into the small area of the locker room behind and we change after, and you get used to knowing that other people's bodies are different because you're in the same swimsuit, but it looks different on everyone. And over time, you get comfortable with one another, talking about things from how to toast to who and what is going on at school. It was something you got used to and comfortable to. And I switched from private school to public school. And doing that, I had to learn how to dress down. I would get it done and over quick. And then there'd still be girls waiting in line to change in a stall. And one of my friends pointed that out about me because I was the only one who wouldn't change in a stall because I was comfortable. And I thought, oh wow, I never really thought of it that way. And then as switching from private school to public school, I learned about the things in the world because the drama in private school was someone dropped their Bible on the floor, not about all the trans and all that. And then I learned about that and I thought, that's not going to happen to Sandpoint. We're the small little town where nothing exciting happens or anything dangerous happens. And then out of the blue, this happens. It might have been during swim practice where none of the girls were in the locker room at the time. But who knows? Because I would not want to be in a locker room walking in just to like get a new swim cap because it snapped and there would be a man right there. Nowadays, instead of changing, I change in the locker room because I change in the stall because I'm not comfortable with having to lean over my shoulder every 5 seconds if there's a man in there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Savannah.
Lewis Reel.
We're not doing online. We're doing physical folks here at this time. I'm sorry. Is there another?
Heather Haggard.
Good evening, Heather.
My name is Heather Haggard. I live in the county. I'm a disabled veteran. I'm also a veteran's widow. And I am also a survivor from rape. And I'm actually going to talk about something that I am a little mortified to talk about, to read to you guys, because it's about sex. And I never thought that I would be discussing that with Mayor. Autogenophilia. I'm not sure if you guys have heard about that. But after last week's meeting, I started doing a little bit more research. And it is a term that refers to a man being sexually aroused by the thought of himself as a female. Now, there's absolutely no way that you can guarantee that any man that dresses as a woman and goes into the restroom, the locker rooms and public restrooms, does not have this. And then what you are doing, if you are allowing this to continue, is you are raping us over and over and over again. You are putting these little girls at risk because these men have this issue. They should not be allowed in. You can't guarantee that they don't. I do not consent to being around men like this. I do not consent to being in a locker room or a restroom and having a man being in there with me. If this continues in this town, I will have to take all of my business elsewhere. Because if I have to drive to Coeur d'Alene to use a locker room, to use a swimming pool, then I will take all of my business there because I'm driving there, which means none of my money will come here. And I would like to support the town that I live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
Leo Hart.
Leo Hart. Good evening, Leo. And maybe the next one quickly, Haley, so we can keep.
You want to
Give you a couple.
wanted to thank the council for giving us all an opportunity to speak. And, really, I think it was great just to be able to listen to everybody come up and give their point of view. I don't want to be divisive or anything. I just want to say I'm voting for what I believe is the most valuable resource that God has given us on this planet, and that is what is woman. And if you don't do it to protect women, I really think protect these girls. These girls. I mean, you can't exclude them from the conversation. And that's the challenge, right? If it's just all mature women, can you get over it? Okay, maybe you can. I don't agree with that, but you can't exclude these young girls. You can't do it. And so until you can do that, I really think you need to be at an inflection point where you need to understand that what comes to mind to me is that as a man, I've heard people say up here that well, we don't hear men complaining about women in the men's locker room, and I'm thinking to myself, well, there is a privilege that I have, and as a man, we aren't walking around scared of much of anything, because unless there's a bear, we think that we can talk our way out of anything with another man that we may get into a altercation with. But I know that's not the case for girls and women. I know as a father of a daughter, a husband of a wife, that they are sizing people up when they go in the room and they're saying, hey, that person gives me a bad feeling. And I never have that. I walk in the room and I'm calm, and it's really not a big deal. So we have to protect those people. It is the most important, and I beg you to amend the policy.
Thank you, Leo. What was that next one, Haley? Sorry.
Darla Benton.
Ms. Benton?
Thank you guys all for your time and allowing us to come up and talk. I'm Darla Benton. I live in Priest River. I've been to several debates in the past few days about this subject, and I've come to the realization that no one wants to allow a man in the women's locker room or private spaces. The problem is there's many people that think that a man that dresses up in women's clothes and puts on makeup is no longer a man. And so he should be allowed to go into the women's spaces. They call this gender dysphoria. It's a mental disorder. In the past debates on this subject, I've heard how the transgender is the victim and we need to accept and enable them to live their lifestyle. The very truth of the matter is, if we love and care for the transgender person, we would try to make them well mentally. Instead of encouraging them to take dangerous drugs and mutilate their bodies, we should be healing their mind. Anyone who thinks that a man in a dress and makeup is no longer a man has the same disorder as the transgender. There are only two genders. Anything else is a lie. The past 20 years or so, we've been named and shamed into going along to get along. Now here we are trying to protect our women and children from men with mental illness. Please stop this insanity. Put an end to it once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dara. Ms. Benton.
William Ferris.
And maybe the next one, so they're ready.
Vicki Jacobson.
Mayor and council members, thanks for hearing us. We've had a lot of conversation here. And it's kind of hard for me to come up with something to say that's not been said. But to set the stage, I'm a father of 2 gay kids. One that has passed away 9 years now. My daughter, she's lesbian, and they have been since they were little. So I am a firm believer that it's not a choice, it's who they were born to be. Okay. But this situation that we have with the YMCA, I'm a member there and I have 2 granddaughters and I have a grandson. I will never take them back because there has got to be something that can be done for that situation in our city. My son, my youngest son, that is no longer with us, he was a transgender and he was well known in town. In fact, the Reader, there was a gay editor there, and he wrote an article on my son. And it's a full 2 pages of my son because he knew him. He knew his struggles. He worked for 2 jobs, tried to get a place to live. And unfortunately, he didn't live long enough for that to happen. But the situation at the Y in the bathrooms, he wouldn't even go for that. So we need to, I understand the everything that's set up right now because we are a good community. We accept everybody, but we should not have to accept that. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to hit some bad blood here, but
You get about 15 seconds.
okay, but being going through a transition and wanting to be a woman instead of a man, that's a choice. They don't have to do that. They're doing that because it's a choice. Same with women going to be a man. So I don't believe in changing this, except, well, I'm okay with changing it, but you got to address the bathrooms.
Thank you, William.
Jason Gold. And Nate Dillon.
Good evening, Vicki Jacobson of Dover, so not a city resident at this time. First of all, I do want to say thank you for your service to each and every one of you. I know that's got to be a hard job. I don't think there's a whole lot I can say that will be different from what you've heard tonight. I just want to voice that I am very strongly in favor of amending. I just can't believe we are where we are today. I have 3 granddaughters, and I have used that locker room, and I would have been astounded to face that. I'm sorry, but I do think it's confusion, and I don't think that women's rights are being looked at for the sake of the transgender community. I mean no harm for those people. I want all people to live in love, but let's not cloud the lines. A woman's locker room where you undress needs to remain a women's only locker room. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki. Jason Gold, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you for this time. My name is Jason Gold. I live in Bonner County. Moved to Sandpoint 9 years ago. I pastor a church here in the community. And out of the motivation of love, I need to correct those that misuse scripture, that Jesus would tolerate this behavior. Scripture says, do not be deceived. God is not mocked. For whatever a man sows, that he will also reap. For he who sows to his flesh will of the flesh reap corruption. But he who sows to the Spirit will of the Spirit reap everlasting life. So in the motivation of love, I heed a warning, do not misuse Scripture. That being said, today's issue is not politics. It is not ideology and it's not discrimination. This is about children's safety. The event that took place at the YMCA clearly shows that biological men in a woman's locker room brings children and vulnerable women at risk. This isn't a single restroom issue. This is not denying service to anyone. It's about spaces where multiple people undress, like the YMCA, City Beach bathrooms, and other public facilities. If we don't provide clear policy, two things will happen based on human behavior. Children will be harmed because predators exploit unclear rules, and gender confusion. Individuals may be at risk as well, because not every parent will calmly accept a biological man undressing near their child. So clear boundaries protect everyone. Confusion in our code is creating conflict, fear, legal vulnerability for Sandpoint, the YMCA, and our community. So as a father and as a grandfather, as a pastor, I walk with families every week. I'm asking the council to do something responsible. Make clear distinction in gender-specific locker rooms and bathrooms, and do not allow biological males in spaces where women and children undress.
Thank you, Mr. Gold.
Thank you.
Nate Dillon,
And how about one more after Nate Dillon?
Katie Dillon,
Good evening.
Hi. Thank you so much just for hearing everyone. This seems like kind of an impossible task. As somebody said before, no freedom or liberty unless everyone's treated equally is impossible because if you are choosing to put someone's right or choice over somebody else's fears or rights, it is an impossible task you have at hand. So thank you for your time and your consideration. I live in Kootenai, just outside of Sandpoint city limits, and I come to Sandpoint almost every day. My family owns a business downtown. I grew up going to Farm in Sidwell, Sandpoint Middle School, and Sandpoint High School, and I've helped coach the Sandpoint Middle School tennis team this past fall. I would not recommend any female student go into a locker room without an adult if an amendment or something is not changed to what currently exists. I support the repealing of the amendment. I do think that the state already has authority in this position, and it is an unnecessary burden on the city to pick up what already exists. So I hope. Thanks for listening to everyone. Thanks.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Katie. Is Nate available? Oh, he's not. Okay. So we will move on to the next, Madam Clerk.
Eric
Wait.
Clerk,
Eric Clerk. Good evening, Mr. Clerk.
Thank
Nice
you.
to see you.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. I'm blind. I thought the whole time everybody's facing the audience. Mayor Grimm and Madam President and council members and ladies and gentlemen, I'm Eric Clark. I live in the Valley, but I pastor a church here in Sandpoint. And very often I have counseled with women who have been victims of sexual violence. And I think that if those council members here ever had to go through what those ladies went through, you will most certainly vote to repeal this amendment. If I was to stand here tonight and play the fool and just say for a moment that I want to identify myself as the mayor of Sandpoint because it's my fantasy, and I want to vote on his behalf, and I want you all to call me Mayor Grimm, and I'm going to push him out, you all would think I'm nuts. Now, the same way as a blind person, I get offended when I hear of people who use fake disabilities. They're not really disabled, but they will buy their little stickers on Amazon Or maybe they'll get a little jacket for their dogs so they can take their pet to Walmart and pretend like it's a service animal. It offends me. And I'm surprised that the LGBTQ community is not offended by the fact that any heterosexual straight male can use our existing code to gain access to a bathroom where there are little girls just because they want to be a pervert and stare and watch these little girls. I hope you realize that when you vote tonight, and I sure hope you guys do vote, and I'm in favor for repealing this or amending it, but I do hope that when you do vote tonight, every council member knows that if one little girl gets raped by a straight heterosexual male who is identifying themselves under the pretext that they are a transvestite, that their blood and their pain will be on your charge when you stand before God one day because you allowed that. You enabled them.
Mr. Clerk, we have a
Thank you.
2 minute is up. Thank
I
you for your
appreciate it.
comments.
Dennis Hausler. Or Carol Haworth.
Dennis or Carol? We have about an hour left. I don't know how we're proceeding in terms of, we getting halfway there? Oh, good. Excellent. Good evening, Carol.
Hi, yes. My name's Carol. I'm a citizen of Bonner County, but I'm a part of the AOI, so I imagine I will be a citizen of Sandpoint in the next 5 years. There's a lot that's been said, and I don't want to repeat what's already been said, but I do want to validate the fear that a lot of people have spoken. I am also a victim of rape and sexual assault. Knowing that, I also know that if I choose a different minority group to place all my blame on and to place all that fear on, it's not going to make my life any better. It's not going to make any young girl's life any better. It's just going to continue the cycle of abuse, except I'm now the abuser. What I heard from Jennifer Hook's account was that she went into a locker room, found a woman that she didn't like the look of, and then proceeded to stalk her until she saw her genitalia. When she didn't get to see what she wanted, she called the police. I want to validate the fear that people, regular people, all of us feel when they experience something unknown. Change is scary. Learning new things, meeting new people is scary. I encourage all of you, if you do not have a trans person in your life, and you suspect that someone might be trans, instead of giving them an eye, instead of calling the police, say hi, smile. You know, you might be surprised. A lot of what has been talked about tonight is fear, and that's it. What we know is that trans youth experience a rate of suicide far higher than cis youth. I'm also not here to say I hate all straight white males. In fact, I'm very much in love with one of them. That being said, you have no idea what's underneath my dress, nor is it your business. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
We have Olin New.
Thank you all, council and mayor, for letting me speak tonight. Hello, my name is Olin New. I live in Sagal, and thank you again for allowing me to speak. I've lived here for my entire life. My family's been here for 5 generations, and this is where we conduct our life and conduct all of our business. And since I'm here, I would like to express my support for this code change, and also express that I do not support biological males in female bathrooms. I vehemently disagree that this is a matter of fear. We must not fall prey to these disgusting delusions of our time. We must not suffer these abominations. We are one nation and one people under Christ, our Lord and God, and our laws must reflect that. Thank you again for your time and your humility. Appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. New.
Aaron Guyett.
And the next one, Haley, just so they're ready.
Hope Keenan.
Good evening, Mayor
Good evening.
and councilors. Thank you for everything you do for this city. My name is Aaron Guyett, and I live outside of Sandpoint. However, my wife, 3 daughters, son, and I spend the lion's share of our community time within the city limits. Those who lack the physical, mental, and emotional capacity to provide for their own basic needs and protect themselves from serious harm have a moral claim to be protected and provided for by those who do possess that capacity. Children, by definition and biological fact, lack the physical, mental, and emotional maturity to consistently provide for their own basic needs: food, shelter, medical care, safety from exploitation, etc., or protect themselves from serious harm, whereas competent adults possess this maturity and capacity. Therefore, children have a moral claim to be protected and provided for by adults, whereas competent adults do not have the same moral claim to be protected and provided for by others. Subjecting children to biological males in what is supposed to be a space for females only, and the gender confusion that it represents to these children, is to remove the objective truth standards we need for surviving and thriving. I oppose the current city ordinance as it bears with it grave consequences to our children's, my children's, your children's safety and protection and livelihood. I recommend the removal of the current ordinance, or at a bare minimum, amending it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Aaron, for your comments.
Hope Keenan.
And the next one,
Bob Edmondson.
Bob Edmondson. Good evening, Hope.
Good evening. Hello, and I offer gratitude for the chance to speak and for the council's patience and time. I am a lot of things. I am autistic. I am a follower of Jesus. I am a bearer of 2 vibrant children. I am Sandpoint High School valedictorian, and I am bigender. That falls under the category of trans. My 4-year-old is currently taking swim lessons at the Y. I take her because, as many have lived or can imagine, a child of 4 years old cannot change without adult help. I am her adult. Since the blowout at the Y, I have walked into the locker room with my heart racing and my fear high. I stay that way until I exit the pool area. I have a trans male nephew that I took to Silverwood from when it opened to when it closed last summer. And rather than use the restroom and risk harassment or just the fear of harassment, he held his bladder the whole day until we got home. 58% of trans individuals report avoiding bathrooms and changing rooms, similarly to my nephew, because of fear of harassment and violence. And the fear is not unfounded. The US has the 3rd highest rate of murder of trans individuals in the world. We follow Mexico and Brazil. Trans harassment rates: 12% of trans people report having faced verbal harassment in a bathroom or changing room. 1% have faced physical violence. 1% have faced sexual assault. And you're like, 1%, okay, that's not too big. It's like 1. That number is 7,440 individuals. Trans people's fear of using public restrooms and changing spaces rests on valid concern. Stats show that trans people are not the vile, predatory people you think they are. They are souls trying to live their lives with dignity. I support the existing ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Hope.
Bob Edmondson.
It's Bob Edmondson here. If not, oh, there's Bob.
After
And
Bob, we'll have Kelly Bird.
Kelly, you will be next. Good evening, Bob.
Hello. Thank you for hearing us, for doing the public comment thing. I know everybody's waiting a long time. My name is Bob Edmondson. I live in Bonner County, own a business in Sandpoint. Feel like I live here and sleep in Priest River. I am a father of 8. 4 of them are beautiful young ladies. First of all, I want to say I don't believe that any of this, bar some of us, I don't think it's against LGBTQ, transgender, whatever labels they continue to add. I feel for them. I have worked alongside people of different backgrounds in that regard. I've treated them as good or better than I have of those who I believed were just straight, for lack of better definitions. Providing places where people feel safe, it sounds like that's what Idaho is trying to do. Sounds like that's what you guys are trying to do. And my concern, as one of my teenage daughters pointed out as we discussed this, we literally were reading in Genesis where it says God created them male and female just this morning. It was a great conversation. She mentioned how when we travel, we go to rest stops and they have signage now all over the place, Oregon, Washington. If you are in danger, if you feel threatened, here's a number to call. If you feel unsafe, if you're being trafficked, if a man is allowed to identify as whatever in order to access a female restroom, that eliminates the opportunity for women to borrow a phone from somebody who else, another lady in the bathroom, and say, I'm scared. This guy is threatening me. Please, I need to call 911. I need help. It takes away that option. If you're a pedophile, you're going to be glad to lie to access a female bathroom. I think we need to the new ordinance, and appreciate your time.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Kelly here. Moving on,
Allison Buckmelter.
Allison. And one more, if Allison's en route.
Robert Dressel.
Robert, that was Dressel, has departed. Allison is here. Thank you. Good evening, Allison.
Hi there. 20 years ago, I was at a gym and I went there at night. You could go, had late hours. And I was getting into swimming. I was in the pool. There was another man in the pool. And so I know there's children here, so I don't want to go into details, but something unfortunate happened. I ran into the female bathroom. I ran through the bathroom. I was in my bathing suit in the middle of the gym. It was really scary and embarrassing. And I got a woman to come with me, come back into the restroom and gather my things. They asked if I would stay and go over video surveillance. And I just wanted to go home. I had someone walk me to my car and I went home. That was an extreme situation, but that's informing my decision to be here today and asking for Sandpoint to amend the city ordinance. As the ordinance stands now, the city's potentially at risk for a liability of an assault. As a previous resident said, the real problem are the cis male perverts. Currently, from what I looked, there are about 133 sexual offenders in Bonner County. I know they're not allowed at the YMCA, but there are countless more who've never been caught. And what's to stop one of them from claiming to identify as a woman, just going into the locker room, watching women change? They wouldn't have to have a genital surgery to do this. They wouldn't have to grow their hair long. They wouldn't have to wear makeup. All they'd have to do is simply identify. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Allison.
You had Kelly Burt, if they were still here.
I don't see Kelly. Is there another?
Scott Herndon.
Scott Herndon. Is Mr. Herndon in the room?
After Scott, we'll have Perry Birch.
After Scott, we'll have Perry Birch. Good evening, Mr. Herndon.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Scott Herndon. I am the chairman of the Bonner County Republican Party. I live in the county. When I first moved here 22 years ago, I was a resident of the city of Sandpoint. I have emailed to you a resolution from the Bonner County Republicans, but I just want to speak tonight from the perspective of what's going on in state law and why that's happening. And that is that when I was in the legislature in 2023, I was a co-sponsor of the school bathroom bill, which applies here in Sandpoint at LPOSD. And the problem we have with any ordinance of a municipal corporation that would seem to be interpreted contrary to the direction of state law, we pass Senate Bill 1100. It is in force today. There's no injunction. We also passed this last session, the legislature passed House Bill 264 to expand the idea that transgenders cannot use multipurpose facilities of the opposite biological sex in colleges, universities, correctional facilities, and also domestic violence centers. Those bills have been passing at the rate of 80 to 84%. And I want to call your attention to that fact that unlike homosexual discrimination, which I disagree, you shouldn't be discriminated against based on homosexuality. The trend regarding transgender use in multipurpose facilities is actually headed to over 80% of the public oppose that because the individual's right is violating the right of the majority. And the legislature has been passing these laws by over 80%, and that's the direction. Briefly, I want to talk about municipal corporations. It's important. The legislature is going to legislate in this field more this coming session, most likely. I know of 3 bills that are being contemplated. Municipal corporations are told that your purpose, they're first of all created by the legislature. They're not in the Idaho Constitution. The idea is the legislature controls it. So legislature should control the policies related to this. We know we're going to see legislation on this, and your purpose should be to protect the public welfare according to Idaho Code Section 50-302. We see very much that there are a lot of victims of a misinterpreted policy. I support tonight's amendment. It's the safe course for now, and let the legislature weigh in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Herndon.
Perry Birch.
Perry Birch.
After Perry, we'll have Christina Davis.
Mr. Mayor, honorable members of the City Council, good evening. My name is Perry Birch. I live in Sagal. Thank you for continued thoughtful leadership and for the public safety. In addition to the statement, I have followed my full thoughts into the city and to Joel. Thank you. I agree with your approach of limiting the litigation risk of the city by removing this ordinance. However, I also believe, and I support this vote of amending it. I also believe that there are important considerations being missed with the proposed changes, reflecting what Scott just talked about and some others. So I formally request the city ordinance be instead modified in addition to this to number 2, add a new ordinance formally extending the same biological sex designations established by state law to additionally include city licensed facilities, businesses, and organizations with multiple occupancy intimate spaces. House Bill 421 clearly defines the biological sex. That's not a question that we need to address here. Senate Bill 1100 protects K through 12 schools. That's fantastic. House Bill 264 extends those protections, but there is a jurisdictional gap. The state is only jurisdictionally able to administer to things that are within their scope, state buildings, schools, and things like that. There are current municipal legislations coming out where people are targeting local municipalities because of this very gap. So it is a clear risk that we need to address. Then the gap is that we have city facilities that are going to suffer from the same kind of inspection and litigation. So this is not philosophical. This is not theoretical. There's an immediate local impact as the policies that the YMCA exemplify. They are making considerations due to this policy by changing the way that their locker rooms behave. Are they closing them down when the school when the students are there using them, and they're opening them up again to the public afterwards? So it's limiting the protections there. And also, I'll conclude with there are currently multiple multiple high dollar law legislations in progress at various municipalities in the country for exactly these issues. So it is an imminent risk. Failure to address these things are going to
Thank you for your
constitute
comments, Mr.
deliberate
Birch.
indifference. And so I think it really needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Christina Davis. We have Will Bennett.
Will Bennett and Christina Davis. About 40 minutes left. So how's our stack coming? We're going to make it?
Where's the coffee?
Yeah.
Mayor, councilors, thank you all for being here and listening so well. Thank you everyone who's spoken, whatever your opinion is. I appreciate everybody's participation in this. I am in favor of kind of amending, making the change. I think that's going to be the best for our town. I'm mostly here as an opponent of misogyny. My personal belief is that I can't think of much more misogynistic than males putting on the costume of women, and whether through confusion, delusion, or ill intent, gaining access to those spaces. And when women tell them that that makes them uncomfortable, they tell them they are bigoted or small-minded, or that their concerns are not valid. I have been told for a long time that we should listen to and believe all women. And you've had a lot of women here tonight who are saying that this makes them incredibly uncomfortable. And I even want to assume the best intent. I can only imagine that being a person who considers himself trans is incredibly confusing and difficult. So even assuming best intent, you're hearing that there are women who are survivors of sexual assault and abuse. And even if somebody is in their locker room, I don't think they should be exposed to a penis in a place that I don't think a penis should be. It could be by accident. It could be it should be something that should be minimized to whatever extent we can do to protect those people. So I appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Will.
Meredith Bennett. And after Meredith, we'll have Dustin Marsh.
I'm still looking for Christian Davis, Meredith.
Christina Davis.
Christina Davis, Meredith Bennett.
You just said Meredith's not here.
Oh, Meredith is not here. Sorry, thanks. And let's get one more.
Dustin Marsh.
Dustin Marsh.
Hello, I'm Dustin Marsh. I live in Carywood. I have a wife and 3 daughters, and I would never send my wife or my daughters into a room full of men to change clothes. And I would never expect a man to go in the room where they're changing clothes. So that's how I feel about it. I support this amendment.
Thank you very much, Dustin.
We have Deanne Ramsey. Some of these two have outside written on them.
Deanne Ramsey, are you out in that? It's a far walk from either the parking lot or the other foyer.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
can you let them know, the public know we have open seats now? People are leaving.
Yeah, Chief, if you could just let folks know if they're waiting to speak, we do have some more seats in here. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for letting us speak. I have a unique position as someone who is politically independent, not religious, and a survivor of assault in a gender-neutral space. So I have a personal stake in this. I've heard a lot of emotional arguments tonight. I would like to present to someone more evidence-based arguments. First of all, I would like you to consider that I am a supporter of the LGBTQ community. I'm an ally. I have supported their human rights, and I'm very staunchly in support of that. I want them to feel safe and be able to use what they need to use and participate in all businesses in society. But for myself, having been a survivor of an assault, I can tell you it only takes one bad man, only one, and the rest of your life, you will have those shattered pieces. All of my friends in the LGBTQ community have agreed with me and said, yes, we understand this is a problem, but even if I cite to you all the cases where this has happened, you could say, well, they're not really trans, or that's not really indicative of the trans community, and I would agree. However, the policy as it stands has loopholes that allows predators to exploit it. There is no way for me to tell if someone is a nice, harmless trans person that I could be friends with and have in my home, or if they're a voyeur. The Target study showed that gender-neutral spaces increased voyeurism and exploitation by over 190%. Also, I'd like you to look into the study by Fairplay, which studied the transition of a single-sex space to a gender identity neutral space. And they found that where there was maybe only 14 incidents of attacks, it went up to over 134. 67% of those were sexual assault, and there were another 46 cases in adjacent hallways and corridors that weren't even included because they were simply studying the public bathrooms, leisure areas, gyms, and pool areas. The data is very clear that when you transition to those spaces, women and children are more unsafe. Little girls cannot consent to this. They are not of legal age to consent. And I fully support all my friends that are transitioning and all these things, but if you are really want to consider yourself a woman, then I would ask those people in the trans community, you need to be an ally of women and recognize that more than 50% of all women in the US have been assaulted. More than 80% of women have had an unwanted experience with males. And I don't think it's right that we should be responsible and sacrifice our safety because you're uncomfortable. So it sounds like maybe Sandpoint needs to create a third space so that everyone can
Thank
be
you,
safe.
Deanne, for your comments.
Yeah, thank you.
We have Clark Gadsden.
Clark,
After Clark, we'll have Nicole Church.
and then Nicole Church.
Thank you, counselors. I'm Clark Gadsden, and I don't live in the city of Sandpoint, but I spend a lot of time there with my 3 girls who are still at home. And I want to advocate today for clarifying the ordinance to say what reasonable people would think it means. And that is that everyone has God-given human rights that should be respected. This does not mean, however, that men should be in women's and girls' bathrooms and private spaces. Non-discrimination reasonably means that we welcome people who are not clear on their gender to a business and offer them a space to use the toilet that doesn't involve them seeing little girls naked or exposing themselves to young girls and women. And non-discrimination also reasonably means that we don't tyrannize women and girls so that one person can assert his mistaken belief that he has the power to change his sex. If a man who insists he's a woman insists on being in the girls' bathroom with other girls and women, instead of accepting to use a separate bathroom, then he doesn't just want to urinate or change clothes. And we should not indulge whatever these additional desires are at the risk of other humans deserving of respect and dignity, and that is women and girls. It's reasonable to clarify the amendment to make this change. Counselors, don't let a tiny minority who plays victim gaslight reasonable people to say that protecting girls is discriminatory, crazy, or based in fear. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your comments, Clark. Nicole Church here.
Mr. Mayor, after Nicole, we will have Ashlyn Marsh.
Ashlyn, if you can get yourself ready.
Thank you all. My name is Nicole Church. I am from Sagal. I'll try to stay in line with my notes here. First of all, I want to start with I am in favor of removing our current ordinance and replacing it for clarity, especially. It's unbelievable to me that we're here discussing biological men in women's restrooms. I feel like we are definitely going backwards in women's rights. We are on the brink of losing what was fought so hard for. A man going into a woman's bathroom or locker room is a violation of the privacy and the feelings of the women and the girls that are there that use those areas, that count on those areas being safe. We've heard a lot about feelings tonight and respect and dignity of everyone, but what about the women and the young girls? What about their respect and their dignity and their rights to feel safe and comfortable in a locker room that's meant to be for women and girls? This should not be a political issue. It has been made to be, but should not be. So it's been mentioned earlier that this has been a policy for many years. It wasn't a big deal. Well, somebody decided to push it, so now it's a big deal. It's also been mentioned that we should wait. We should slow roll this. We can't wait. It is an issue right now, as we know. Thank you all for being here for 3 extra hours listening to us. It's an issue right now. We can't wait. So I do want to share, my 16-year-old daughter wanted me to share something. She's never seen a penis, and she certainly doesn't want the first time she sees one to be a trans person in the locker room without her consent. That's not fair to her, and it certainly is wrong. It's just wrong. That's all I'm going to say. I do have 2 family members that are trans. I love them. However, I do not want them in a locker room with me or my daughters or any other girls. So I've had my own personal experience. I'm out of time. It's very traumatic. If you've never experienced it, you don't understand. There was a man in the bathroom, and it's horrible. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole, for your comments. Ashton Marsh, is that right?
Yes, Ashley Marsh, and then we will
Sorry.
have Haley Shover after.
Good evening, Mayor Grimm and City Council members. I want to say, as many have said, thank you for being here and giving us this opportunity to come speak on behalf of what we believe. I want to point out to you an area of precedent before. Sex-separated locker rooms and bathrooms are not new. In fact, they are a central safeguard, and federal courts have consistently upheld them. Cases such as Johnson in 2015 confirmed that separating facilities by biological sex is a legitimate way to protect privacy, especially for minors. Requiring people to use the bathroom that aligns with their biological sex is not discrimination. You're not prohibiting them from using a bathroom. You're just saying these are the guidelines and this is the way you may go. And that's maintaining the protections for biological women and girls who are using these restrooms and following the guidelines. And I want to point out, I know fear has been brought up so many times, and I think those fears are very valid, but this is more than just fear, it's also facts. In fact, the DOJ has shown for decades that over 80% of sexual assault on minors happen in private or semi-private spaces like bathrooms and changing rooms. And girls ages 12 to 17 face assault at 2 to 3 times the rate of boys. The risk isn't about identity, it's about opportunity. Mixed sex changing rooms create more opportunities for assault. The YMCA also prides themselves on being a community center where all are welcome and safe. Therefore, keeping locker rooms separated by biological sex lines up perfectly with their mission statement as, I quote, to put Christian principles into practice through programs that build a healthy spirit, mind, and body for all. Keeping our kids protected isn't discrimination, it's common sense. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you so much, Ashley. Is Haley available? Oh, there's Haley.
Mr. Mayor, after Haley, we'll have Matthew Shubin.
Matthew, you're on deck.
Hi guys, my name's Haley Shaver, and basically I wrote something out, but I kind of just felt like led to just delete it, so I'm just going to speak from the heart. I just wanted to come up and say that the Lord has done so many radical transformations in my life, and I was very confused before, and I used to identify as being bisexual, and it was because I had sexual trauma when I was younger by a girl, and I just wanted to come up and give that testimony and give the glory to God and just like let everybody know that if they haven't encountered him, that he wants to go to those deep roots with you. And I don't agree with biological men being in the women's bathroom and stuff. It's unsafe, it's unsanitary, it's not healthy, and it's not God ordained. And I just want to come up here and just bless everybody that doesn't know him, and that everybody would just know that Jesus loves them, and they are made in his image and likeness, and he knit them in their mother's womb, and he did not make a mistake, and he's not scared by the mess, and he wants to get in the mess, and he wants to go deep with you. And I just bless and honor the mayors, and that they would make the right choice, and praise God. He's amazing, and if you don't know him, he's amazing, and he's so funny and beautiful, wonderful, and I love you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thanks for the comments, Haley. Matthew, and after Matthew will be
After Matthew, we have Carol Conran.
Errol Connor.
Hey guys, I'm Matthew Shubin. I live over in Ponder Point. But I've been in Sandpoint for a long time, since actually my parents worked in this building back when it was Coldwater Creek. So very long time. Man, why do we want to put Sandpoint in this liability position? I don't understand. This is obviously a hot topic. And why not just kick it back to the state? It's just kick it to them. and then let businesses make decisions on their own and let this hot topic, let the community decide whether they want to go to these businesses or not. And then let the market decide. I mean, let let our community's will be done. Don't get involved with this. Kick it to the state. And that being said, the state is going to be talking about this, I believe, very soon, but it won't get put in place till July. Why not just amend this thing right now and let the state speak for it right now, whatever it says. Don't get involved. And then when they come up with new ordinances or whatever in July, we just roll with that. I don't know, it seems kind of common sense to me. And I know I mentioned this last time, but a man cannot believe he is a woman. Transgenderism is a fiction. When I wake up in the morning, I don't think that I'm a man. I don't feel like a man. I feel like myself. And I would ask everybody else to self-reflect also and just realize everybody only feels like themselves. So when somebody says that they feel like the opposite gender, that's impossible. A man could be feminine, a female could be masculine, but their gender is what it is. So to put women in a delicate position, I just feel like it's wrong. And yeah, thanks for your time.
Thanks for your comments, Matthew. Carol, you around? After Carol.
We have no more in-person signups.
Wow, good job, folks. It's 8:35 and yes, I know we have 151 people online. Council like to take a brief bathroom break. Are we ready to keep going?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
we have consecutively had 5 hands raised online for
Okay.
comp.
Okay, yeah, no, I intend to, we'll now work through some of the online comments for the remaining 25 minutes unless council needs a quick break. Any council members, you want to keep going? Break. We'll take a 3-minute bathroom break. Set. Meeting is reconvened at 8:42 p.m. Continuing with public comment on item number 8. At this point, I believe we have one more in-person request to speak. Are they, or are we? If not, we will move to the online public comment for approximately 18 or so minutes.
First online, we have Lewis Reel.
Good evening, Mr. Reel. Can you hear us, or Mrs. Reel? Lewis?
Hi, I can hear you. Can you see me?
We can't see you, but we'll just hear your voice tonight.
Okay, perfect.
Resident of Sandpoint?
Yes. Good evening, City Council. My name is Louis Reale, and I'm a senior at Sandpoint High School. In my AP Lit class, we recently finished The Crucible, a play pertaining to the Salem witch trials, one of the countless historical examples where hysteria reigned over logic and marginalized demographics were unjustly persecuted. I, like many of my peers, recognize challenging an ordinance giving minority rights against discrimination as a dangerous slope toward another one of these tragedies painted across history. It is disheartening that someone of my age must speak on behalf of basic humanitarian and constitutional rights, the very principles our country has been built upon. The 14th Amendment or Equal Protection Clause gives minorities like the LGBTQ+ community the same protections that people in the majority have. Overturning this ordinance does not solely make it so trans people can't share a bathroom with the opposite sex. It makes it so minorities no longer have protection against discrimination, a very scary suggestion for our democracy and future. Today's polarization has divided us into a very tragic place, so much so that hundreds of people have come to this meeting and made claims that this person has maleficent and even perverted intentions without even knowing them. Protection against discrimination clearly falls under a humanitarian right, which is both the trans person facing discrimination and the woman in their locker room. If you were a trans person, I doubt you would feel comfortable using either restroom due to the discrimination shown throughout this very meeting. Well, today, this ordinance regards a trans person, these rights and protection have paved humanity's way forward into a more accepting society, one where we can openly talk on topics such as this. Just because this person does not fit into your view of a societal norm does not mean they should not does not mean they should be deprived of basic and humanitarian rights. They are still humans, are entitled to their beliefs. As a species, we evolve as the times change. We must adapt to make sure all people are accepted. So I urge the council to seek logic in a time of hysteria and not allow history to repeat itself. I urge you to solve this issue without taking away years of progression. I urge for a way forward which honors and upholds all individuals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Louis.
Mr. Mayor, we have Molly O'Reilly.
Molly, can you hear us? We cannot hear you, Molly. We will give you a moment to unmute or adjust your aperture on your computer.
Yeah, sorry. Now you
There
can
we go,
hear
Molly.
me, right?
We can. Good evening.
Thank you. All right. I'm Molly O'Reilly, Sandpoint resident and a great-grandmother. Please retain Sandpoint's current non-discrimination ordinance. I feel safe with it in place. Our nation and state are reducing individual rights, and Sandpoint should not join in. The U.S. has a long history of separate but unequal. There are a variety of ways to adapt the rights of all law-abiding persons, and those are what we should be striving for. Terry Pardini expressed the problem of defining men and women at an earlier point in time. We will have people who look like men in women's restrooms under that, which is not a solution. Facilities can and should be designed to work for everyone. My granddaughter living in Portland, Maine reports public unisex facilities with fully enclosed toilet stalls and communal wash basins. In the dark ages of 1996, after sailing across the Pacific Ocean, my husband and I docked at the Whangarei Municipal Marina in New Zealand. In a first for us, the facility was full family. Shower stalls with dressing areas and toilet stalls were individually fully enclosed. Wash basins were in the common area. It was strange at first, but not for long. There's been little talk about rethinking public facilities, so toilets, showers, and changing areas are individual and private, and that would benefit all of us. It's easier to change facilities than to undo biology. Let's create spaces that work for the variation that we know exists and that adds character and vibrancy to our community. The ones I've really felt threatened in restrooms were in high school, where some restrooms in my high school had been taken over by gangs of girls and nobody else was welcome in there. So thank you for the chance to comment and for dealing with this difficult issue.
Thank you, Ms. O'Reilly.
We have Kate McAllister.
Kate, can you hear us? We cannot hear you, Kate, but
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Good evening, Kate.
All right. Thank you, Mayor, council members, and fellow residents for the opportunity to speak this evening. I was at the podium 13 years ago in support of this ordinance. Now I'm here again supporting it and to sustain it the way that it was written. Section 5210 of our city code was created with a clear purpose: to ensure that all persons, regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity or expression, enjoy the full benefits of citizenship and have equal access to employment, housing, commercial property, and public accommodations. This is not abstract language. It is a commitment, one our city made to protect real people from real discrimination. The intention of Section 5210 is simple and just: that all persons be treated fairly, equally, and everyone in Sandpoint be guaranteed equal treatment under the law. This is the baseline of a thriving, respectful community. This ordinance is not radical, it is responsible. It is aligned with Idaho law and federal protections. It simply fills a gap, ensuring groups not currently covered at the state level are still treated with fairness and respect right here at home. To amend it now because of one incident would be a profound overreaction. It would send a message Sandpoint is willing to abandon its own stated values when challenged, and the rights of some residents are conditional, protected only when convenient. We are better than that. It protects our LGBTQ community members who have seen what discrimination looks like and how deeply it wounds. It protects everyday people who simply want their lives and dignity. Council members, your duty is not to react to a single dispute, but to protect the long-term welfare of the entire community. I urge you to keep this ordinance in place. Keep Sandpoint fair. Let us show our values are not shaken by one moment, but strengthened by our resolve to protect all who live here. And the individual who said times were different, times were not different 13 years ago. That is exactly why we put the ordinance in place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Kate.
We have Nicholas Newby.
Nicholas, can you hear us? Let us know when your mic is on.
My mic is on and I can hear you.
All right, Nicholas, you're ready.
Thank you for having me. Nicholas Newby, I am a resident of Sandpoint. I want to speak as a part-time ski instructor on our beloved mountain, Schweitzer. As a ski instructor, you spend the entire season teaching children how to ski, sharing your passion and love for a sport that you've pursued all your life. The first thing that we are supposed to do is protect our students, and they are mostly children. One of those ways that we protect them is to not share a facility. As a male instructor, I am not allowed to help a young female student with her garments. If she needs to use the restroom, if she's having a challenge with those, I have to ask another woman to assist with that. I've also been, as an instructor, we've also been informed that we are not to reciprocate a hug from one of our students if they give it to us, because we spend so much time with them. We develop tight relationships with these children. It is our job, our responsibility to protect the innocence of these children, of our students, while sharing the love of skiing on the mountain. I believe clear is kind, and when we blur the lines by allowing biological males into the restrooms with young women and also young boys in the opposite of biological women, it becomes very confusing for them. And we have these rules in place to protect these children, and I think we are dangerously close to creating confusion for them and creating situations where they are not protected.
Thank you for your comments, Nicholas.
Thank you.
We have Brandon Kramer.
Brandon Kramer, can you hear us? And please turn on your mic and let us know that we can hear you.
Hi, I can hear you. I am Erin Kramer, Brandon's wife. And I'm a Bonner County resident. I have had the great misfortune of experiencing two indecent exposures, one as a 6-year-old girl and again as a grown woman. I won't burden you with the details. However, both times were damaging in ways I've yet to come to terms with, and I've been plagued with anxiety and fear felt around men I don't know ever since. And I have been haunted by the event from when I was 6 years old my whole life. I remember everything about that day and every detail. The fear, confusion, and disgust, emotions I didn't have words to express because I was just a child. I do not believe in discrimination, and I hold great sympathy for those who carry the burden of gender dysmorphia, and I am not calling the specific trans member from this incident a predator. Still, a woman's restroom, locker, a gender-specific facility, for example, a gym, is meant for women. A man with gender dysmorphia is a man. Men do not and should not be in these places designated for women. These are places where women are vulnerable, but can have confidence that their dignity and safety is upheld. Mothers going into these spaces with their children should be able to do so without fear or anxiety of running into a man, regardless as to how this man is dressed or what this man believes about himself. Little girls should never be placed in a position where a man can be by their shower, their bathroom stall, their clothing, locker room, as they change out of their swimsuit. I was not raped. He just exposed himself to me, and I am still haunted by it. We cannot willingly risk exposing our little girls and women to an opportunistic predator. Idaho state law has declared that men are prohibited from using women public restrooms and facilities, and I respectfully ask that this council please amend this city code to protect all of the women, young and old, and to prevent biological men from being allowed in these spaces, no matter their beliefs or struggle with gender dysmorphia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aaron.
We have Wayne Martin.
Wayne Martin.
Wayne Martin, Bonner County resident. I'd like to first off thank all of you for giving the public an opportunity to speak. Mayor Grimm, nice to see you again. I do wish to state that I agree with what Sean said when he spoke at 719. Sheriff Wheeler, those things are very important with what's going on. Federal and state law does protect against discrimination. I believe that what you are attempting to do with this, Mayor Grimm, is to protect the women and letting it be known that men are not permitted, whether they believe they're a woman or not, whether they're transsexual or not, that they are not permitted inside a woman's, girl's area. There are many people that have spoken this evening that I do agree with. Our religious values are being attacked, whether people are willing to admit it or not. And to allow males into a female area goes against God's word. It's stated that God created man, and from his rib, woman was created. There may be a need at a later date to rewrite parts of this proposed ordinance, but I think that it's very important to have it in place to protect the women and young ladies. This could have happened at City Beach or at any of the restrooms that are open to the public, even at the fairgrounds or other locations. Thank you for your time and for listening. Have a good evening.
Thanks for your comments, Wayne.
We have Stuart Christoph.
Is the timer giving you fits? I can start my own here.
I have it now.
Hi, this is Stuart Christoph. I am a Sandpoint city resident. I sent in a larger written piece, but I wanted to kind of provide an excerpt of it that I think might be relevant to the conversation so far today. There's a long debate. Personally, I support changing the ordinance. Many people on the other side have said we need to be patient. We need to convene panels and debate. And we could debate this. We could do a full expected loss calculation, weighing the possible outcomes of inclusive or segregated bathroom policies, looking at the discomfort of transgender individuals, victimization risk to women and girls, discomfort of women and girls having men in their naked spaces. But perhaps, this is a bit too much to digest right now, and it's hard to exactly cost out the trade-offs. In plain language, we would end up with what we would call type 1 errors, something like we think the inclusive policy is harmful when really it isn't. The price that we would pay there is the unnecessary discomfort we impose on transgender women by forcing segregation. Or we could have type 2 errors. We think the inclusive policy is harmless when it actually causes real harm, more assaults or cis women discomfort. The price we pay here is the additional victimization and discomfort that actually occur. Regardless of this outcome, we're going to get a whole host of discomfort, social upset, and so on. So the prudent thing to do here is, when faced with the very real and very dangerous threat of men in spaces intended for women and girls to be naked or otherwise exposed, is to risk the type 1 error of maintaining recorded history's tendency towards keeping women and men's private spaces separate. Many people are going to freak out and rant that this is about inclusivity or risk or anything else. But what we aren't considering here, and who's perfectly willing to sacrifice in this conversation that I think hasn't come up and come to the aid of women and girls, is men. The men in this community can say, for the sake of our daughters and wives, we are okay with trans individuals using men's restrooms and changing rooms, so that we can find a more Pareto optimal solution that protects women.
Thanks for your comments, Stuart. We got time for about one more.
We have Natalie Warburton.
That was Nellie.
Natalie.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, Natalie. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. I just want to say thank you to the council for taking the time to talk to us tonight and hear all of us out. I'm a resident of Sandpoint and I am a mother of 3 very young children, 9 months, 2 and 4. I just want to briefly address the concern, and I am in favor of amending the policy. It's a touchy subject for everybody, and we don't want people's feelings to get hurt, and I understand that. But my worry is that leaving the language so broad creates an opportunity for someone with harmful intentions to take advantage of the situation. There isn't going to be someone standing outside the door of the locker room or bathroom determining who's allowed to enter and decide, oh, you look transgender, you don't. It's going to be all males are going to be allowed in here. And that's where families like mine are going to feel vulnerable. I also want to be clear that I don't believe that biological males should ever be allowed in a women's bathroom or locker room. There was a few women that spoke tonight, particularly mothers, who spoke in support of keeping the policy as it is. And I'd like those mothers to consider the scenario, like if you were changing your 9-month-old daughter in a locker room and an unfamiliar male walked in and was able to stand next to you and watch you do that, how would that make you feel? Because it would make me feel terrible, horrible, vulnerable, scared. My intentions aren't to divide. I just want to express like genuine concern and safety for families, mothers, and children. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie, for your comments. And it is now 9:01. As we stated earlier, we would conclude public comment at 9, prioritizing those in the facility. Those who are online, if you didn't get a chance to speak, I'm sorry, but I think at this point we will conclude public comment and move on to consideration discussion of the proposed ordinance that I brought forward. Council, as is laid out in the staff report, there's a lot here as a society, as a culture to digest. My intent in bringing forward this amendment to the ordinance is simply to mirror state and federal law. The city of Sandpoint is a small community. We have limited staff, limited experts in civil rights, and my hope is that we can focus on what unites us, as we showed this month with almost 90% approval of the sewer bond. I hope to continue to focus all city resources on basic infrastructure, water, sewer, roads, police, fire, parks, planning. And I see the adoption of this amendment to the ordinance that I brought forward as a way that the city of Sandpoint can step out of this cultural and national debate and leave it to the federal law and the state law and the Supreme Court and the state Supreme Court to determine what protections particular classes are provided. With that, I would entertain any discussion, questions for legal amongst the council.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Duquette, you are recognized.
Yeah, I don't want this to be my only discussion point. I want to ask legal if they feel while we work things out, if we maintain our NDO, are we in harm's way of being litigated against?
The short answer to your question is no. This NDO, as it stands, is very deferential to state law and federal law, and additionally, it doesn't create any other private rights of action or anything like that. It simply keeps it within the municipal context, and then, of course, should it pass through that than in a misdemeanor context. So the short answer to your question is no.
Okay, thank you. So that should rid us of that fear. One down.
Any other council questions or discussion before I ask the clerk to read?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilman Spiro.
I don't want this to be my only point, but Councilwoman Duquette brought up a good point. Do you mind walking us through what this process would look at? You know, we haven't had to use it since it was incepted, as I understand it, and probably because nobody even knew it was there, in my opinion. What does that look like?
Sure. So first of all, I was informed today that there has been a time or two when this has happened.
Oh,
I
there
don't
has.
know a lot of details. It certainly never resulted in criminal charges. I don't even think it resulted in a recommendation. But in any event, the process goes as follows. So the incident occurs and a complaint is made. The Human Relations Review Board
Sorry, I'm going to cut you off. What kind of complaint?
a complaint
give
of
us
discrimination.
yeah,
A
like
discrimination,
just
so
on the
a violation
street,
of
business, housing.
an individual or someone who, or an entity. The word person is defined in the code and it covers all of those types of
Facebook
things.
comment?
Sure. Any complaint can be made, and the complaint, what that complaint is broad. Then the Human Relations Review Board determines whether they have jurisdiction. One of those biggest things would be, did it occur in the city of Sandpoint? I mean, that's the biggest question of jurisdiction.
How would you determine that on Facebook?
Well, I think if it happened on Facebook, it probably wouldn't happen within the city of Sandpoint.
Okay.
So I think that at that point, there would be no jurisdiction and the complaint would be dismissed.
IP address, maybe?
I don't think that would still be within the city of Sandpoint once it gets in the web, but that would be an interesting question that could, I mean, if it got there, that would be in the investigation phase. In any event, back to the process, the complaint is made, there's a determination of jurisdiction, then an answer is filed by the complained against party. They get to file an answer. Following that, there is a mandated mediation phase where presumably the parties would get together and there would be an unrelated or unbiased mediator.
Unbiased? Is that possible?
Yes, it is.
Interesting.
And then if the mediation didn't result in resolution, then there would be an investigation. And the investigation would go to the Human Relations Review Board. They would make a determination. That determination would be a finding of cause, that there was discrimination, or a finding of no cause, that there wasn't discrimination. In the event of a finding of no cause, the complaint would be dismissed. In the event of a finding of cause, at that point, it would be referred to the city attorney to either make equitable, civil, or criminal remedies. And the criminal remedy is a misdemeanor.
$1 fine or just a misdemeanor?
So it's a general misdemeanor, which means it carries a maximum of 6 months in jail and a maximum of a $1,000 fine. All misdemeanors that don't have other limit expressed sentencing guidelines fit that. And in my experience, it's very unusual for general misdemeanors to just get that time without a lot. And once, I should clarify, once the criminal justice system kicks in, that's a whole nother beast.
But that can go from this tribunal to that.
Yeah.
Theory.
In theory, yes.
And who creates the tribunal?
The mayor creates the Human Relations Review Board.
And who can he choose?
They have to be unaffiliated,
Unaffiliated with what?
With a political office.
Okay.
But he can choose
like a chief police?
He could choose the chief of police, yeah.
Cook at a restaurant?
Well, I'll have to look at the statute to get into the details. That's set forth in
So
the
let's
statute.
just, he chooses. Now, let's say.
Technically, I've reviewed this at great length, and I appreciate that our legal team, Zach, might not have the detail that I have here, but I would appoint, the council would have to affirm that Human Relations Review Board.
So what happens, say the mayor finds a review board, the council approves the review board, and let's say it is a transgender individual or a homosexual or any of the protected class within the code, and this tribunal, let's say they're anti-gay. And let's say that they actually have a bone to pick. Somehow they got chosen, and you come to find out that they're actually very biased. and they actually discriminate against this homosexual or whatever the situation might be, how do you protect against that? What does that look like?
Well, so at the end of the day, the Human Relations Review Board makes a recommendation to the city attorney to either prosecute the case or not.
But
And
depending on your mayor or council, this could actually not protect an individual.
No.
I don't know.
I mean, I guess depending on the
If
human
they're all
that are
biased
applying
and
the
if the
code.
council is just one way and the mayor's
I
one
mean, at the
way.
end of the day, there's still the city attorney and or prosecutor who's prosecuting this case,
And would it be part of the
and the
tribunal?
criminal justice system.
Okay, what if the legal counsel's biased?
There's a lot of bias going on here.
I agree with you 100%.
Mr.
Yeah,
Spiro.
I 100% agree. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I agree with you 100%. I'm just trying to think now that it is exposed that we have this code and we heard a lot of angry people, sad people, different types of people, and respectfully so. I too was abused, and I can sympathize with every single person. You had people that were abused that spoke out against this, people that were abused who spoke out in favor of it. So I extremely appreciate their vulnerability, but the reality is, and I'm being vulnerable as well, knowing that I too am, I'm not going to call myself a victim, because counseling tells me to not be a victim, but to rise above that and actually be a conqueror over my fears and my anxiety. So that too, why I struggle when people are saying, don't make a fear-based decision. You can have fear, but you don't have to be dictated by your fear. But let's go back to the topic at hand. Now that this is out in the open, you can blame the mayor, you can blame the city council, you can blame the lifeguard, you can blame YMCA, but the reality is now that it is exposed, a code that I would bet a lot of money on, probably most people didn't know about. And I mean, you don't even know, not your fault, but how this was used, when it was used, we don't have any details about that. So now we're in a position now people know about it. And with this quote unquote hysteria, whatever you want to call it, I think you have very good people. I know some of them right here that are in favor of keeping the NDO. And I think I've treated them with respect my whole life. And they treated me with respect my whole life. But they're sitting here and I don't think they're going to be the problem. I know people on the other side as well who are very respectful and that they do want change to this NDO. But my concern and possible foreseeing of my fear, not controlled by fear, but a fear in a metaphorical sense, is that you're going to now have bad actors on either side that are now going to use this to their advantage. That's going to suck the life out of this council. So I think it's incumbent upon us to come up with a decision that keeps the city out of it. And you continue as citizens of Sandpoint, if you're standing there and you don't believe in homosexuality, still treat them with kindness. I can't tell you how many customers I have that I know that are gay. And if you think I've ever treated you with disrespect, please come to me. Same is true with the customers who are gay or transgender. They've always treated me with respect. And it's been that way. You're going to have knuckleheads. You're going to have people that overstep bounds on both sides. Don't even get me started on Obama getting elected. I was there. I was in politics with that. Don't even get me started when George Bush, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, like, come on. The hate is everywhere because we're human and it takes effort to hold that in. That doesn't mean that if we disagree that we're hateful, not at all. To the contrary, if anybody's been married, you can disagree and not even come to a resolution and stay married. My concern is with all of this, now that it is exposed, it does need to be dealt with in a way that protects the city, knowing that, as I understand it, legal, that no constitutional rights are being affected if this code does change and it is amended. Is that correct or am I wrong on that?
This code is not a constitutional code.
Right.
So to the extent that this code does not apply, this is a municipal code.
Right.
So no constitutional rights
Yeah.
are being affected
Amen.
because this code is inherently
Yeah,
not
love that.
constitutional.
I appreciate that. Anyways, go ahead.
Councilman Spiro, I just wanted to add a couple two other things. If you're not intimately familiar with the ordinance in question, 210.6, once the complaint's been made, within 30 days, the Sandpoint Human Relation Board shall determine if it has jurisdiction to hear the complaint, and it goes on. It says that they send the person charged with the Prohibited Discriminating Act, what they call the respondent, a copy of the complaint. And it says the respondent must file with the city clerk a written verified answer to the complaint within 30 days. So if you are charged, you must take time and file a response to the city clerk that you're in violation of the code. And then the board reviews, and then it goes to mediation. And one of the things I thought was interesting under 210.7, the parties shall be jointly responsible for all financial costs and expenses associated with the mediation. So even if the complaint is, frivolous or, out of place, it exposes a business who's had a complaint against them, one, to respond to the city within 30 days, and two, then to share the cost of mediation. Just thought that was an interesting component of the ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Hold on, sorry. So let's say that somebody comes after me. I'm going to use myself as an example for a hate crime, or now I'm subject to this tribunal. What if I say no, kick rocks? Who's coming after me?
I mean, so at that point, the investigation would either occur or it wouldn't occur. Maybe there's a finding that you did, because by not responding, you inherently were in violation of this code.
So I'm
The crim-
guilty.
No,
Okay.
the criminal justice system kicks in.
Okay.
And I mean, all that the city does, this whole process is just to decide whether or not to refer it to the city attorney or the prosecutor to bring charges. And so this whole process, if you just completely refuse to engage in this process, and there's a default finding, which I don't know how that would occur necessarily, but for the hypothetical purposes of your question, then the criminal justice process kicks in. The criminal justice process is not going to be looking at the Human Review Board's decision and make a decision on whether or not someone's guilty or not because of the Human Review Board's decision. The criminal justice system is going to be look at the underlying facts, and they're going to be looking at the facts and apply it to the code with respect to the definition of discrimination, which is set forth in 5210.3. And that's all that's going to happen. All of this other stuff is just a process to decide whether or not to bring charges.
So this really has no teeth.
Well, to the extent that someone could be convicted of a misdemeanor with some pretty remarkable hurdles to get there, more than I've seen in any other misdemeanor crime, frankly, it could convict someone of a misdemeanor, but it would
So
be.
do they need this
difficult.
code to go to the review board, the Human Rights Review Board in the state? Do they need this code for that? An individual who feels like they've been wronged?
So no is to take this to the state. That's a totally different process. And no, you don't need this code to take this to the state.
Thank you.
Of course.
Any other council?
Mr. Mayor.
Discussion, Councilman Howarth.
Question for legal. We heard numerous people come up and say that if this code is amended or removed, that the rights of the LGBTQ community is still protected under state and federal law. Is that a true statement or is that not a true statement?
That's an absolutely true statement. The rights of the LGBT community would be protected as they're defined in state and federal law. This code does expand those rights a little bit, and it does define gender as, and I'm paraphrasing, but what people identify as. So it does expand those rights. But no, repealing this code would not take away any state or federal rights.
Okay, so fact 2 fixed.
About municipal rights.
Doesn't they can take it to the state.
You come to me, I'm telling you.
So that
Councilman Howarth has the floor.
Yeah, so as a man, I was incredibly touched by the women that came up and talked about sexual abuse. I can't, I mean, as a man, I can't even comprehend what they've gone through. The courage that they displayed tonight to come forward and share their testimony was remarkable. I heard both sides say every person deserves humanity, respect, and safety. What about the women in the locker room? Where are their rights? If we want a community that is safe for all people, we have to protect the women in those locker rooms as well. We can't neglect their rights and their concerns for safety. I heard it over and over again, community that is safe for all. I heard safety, privacy safety, and emotional security of women and girls is vitally important. So my question is, why are the rights of a trans woman more important than the security and safety of biological women? I can't, there's not a correct answer to that question. Common sense tells us what that answer is. I have empathy for all, and for the men that think they are women, I can't understand what they're going through as well. But I have empathy for them, and I hope they get the help and the assistance they need. This is not about fear. Not in my mind. It's not about fear. This code, what this code has allowed is the YMCA to implement a policy that puts biological women at risk. They are hiding behind our code. Eliminating our code is going to force them to go fix the issue at the Y. Okay? I heard one of our last speakers, and it touched me. Our current code has loopholes which allows predators. So if we leave the code as it is, we're going to be people that are allowing predators to be in women's bathroom. And heaven forbid that anything ever happens. If it does, it's on all of us on this dais. It's our responsibility to protect those that can't protect themselves. And I heard another female speaker, mixed-used restrooms increase sexual assault. I cannot let that go. We must stand up for the rights of women. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Councilman Howarth. Any other council discussion or questions?
May I go back to a question for legal? Are
You're
we still
recognized,
on
Council.
legal questions?
These are all questions because the next thing that happens, Woman Duquette, is we will read the ordinance title and then there will be a motion requested to pass the ordinance or not.
And then we can share a larger, more in-depth
Then there can be discussion and then there can be a roll call vote.
Okay. If the NDO is removed, what happens as far as keeping city laws so that we don't get impacted by state laws?
I'm not sure I quite follow the question.
Isn't it an extra layer of protection, our NDO?
Yes. So to answer the two questions, yes, the current law is an extra layer of protection for people that identify. And to be clear, it spells out all race, religion, national origin. It's not just gender. Can we protect ourselves from state law? The code as it stands is very deferential to state law. It has to be. And if state law changes, which state law at current does not speak to this, but if state law changes, it's going to trump the city law, regardless of what the city law says. I will say that courts often caution for judges from making decisions on what they think the state law will be. This is obviously a different situation, but sometimes it's hard to anticipate what the state law is going to change to, and courts are very hesitant to make decisions based on what they think state law will be.
Mr. Mayor.
Before we return there, let's make sure everyone has their questions answered before we go a second round. Go ahead, Joel. Councilman.
Did you just say that it's not just transgenders that are protected? Is who else with this code?
Yeah, general discrimination. I mean, so I'm happy to read the code to you if you want, but
Muslim, a Christian.
Yes, race.
What if their religion is in contradiction of, they disagree with the transgender movement, actually violently? How do you deal with that inconsistency?
That would be done in the investigation phase or in the.
You know what I'm trying to say, right? You have a religious belief that is diametrically opposed to homosexuality or transgenderism, and then you have that side saying they're opposed to that religious creed. Who do you choose?
The person that's being discriminated against. So it would be the but-for test. So but for this discrimination, and let's take an employment action, for example. So but for the person's religion, they would have been hired. So that's kind of the application. So the employer in that context, their religion wouldn't impact the outcome of the investigation. It would be the employee or the potential employees religion that would be in question.
Now, let's say it's not an employee situation, it's just on the street.
Well,
if I understood you earlier,
that's not particularly applicable here because
okay, that's good. No, that's what I'm trying
pile
to
of
get.
accommodations.
Okay, so it's for like workplace.
Yes.
Housing. Cool. Just want to be clear, make sure we're on.
Yeah. So if you make a racist comment to someone on the street, there's a different crime for that.
Right.
So
Public accommodation, excuse me for engaging here, but I believe that's the area that the code enforces. So
yes.
it applies to.
Also protects people with disabilities.
All the protected classes, the attorneys are saying, so.
Councilman Espiro, I think Haley's going to tell you need to speak into your mic next time.
I pushed it.
Haley, you can be a little more aggressive and just.
Yeah.
By the way, for the public, Haley is our deputy clerk, and this is one of the most well-attended meetings we've ever had, and she's doing an amazing job. So hats off to her.
You're a veteran, your rookie season. Congratulations.
Any other council questions at this point in discussion?
Two different things, questions and
I'm asking for both.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schreiber.
First off, I want to say that I take allegations of sexual assault or harassment or any sort of lewd conduct very seriously, which is why listening to all the comments, I really dug into this over the last week. Because it seems like every other day there's another article in our local paper about a sexual predator. Here's the thing though, none of those incidents involved a man dressed as a woman in order to gain access to his victims. I couldn't find a single one. So I'm totally in favor of all efforts to bring sexual predators to justice, but I just don't see this code change doing that. As I said before, I still have concerns about how this could be affected by upcoming legislation. We've heard several times that legislation is imminent. I share the concerns of the dozens of businesses who are questioning how this is going to affect them. I also have concerns about how this could affect our ability for eligibility for grant funding. You know, we just made a promise to our taxpayers to pursue every avenue possible to reduce the cost of our sewer plant. And I believe that moving forward with this legislation could jeopardize that promise. If the city intended to pursue this, it should have been disclosed prior to the election so that the voters could go to the polls with all of the information. So I propose that this be a referendum to the voters so that they can decide whether they want to shoulder the fallout from this legislation. So I move to postpone this item until our February 4th meeting and instruct staff to prepare a presentation on the process for referring this to the voters.
There's a motion for postponement of this item. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion for postponement by Councilman Schreiber, second by Councilwoman Duquette. Any discussion?
Legal, Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Go ahead, Councilman Espiro, you recognized?
Not that it's all about the money, but is there validity to that will you?
I can add some.
I'm asking legal, sir.
Sure, Councilman Espiro. I would just defer you to the first statement of the proposed ordinance. The city of Sandpoint hereby adopts and incorporates by reference all applicable federal and Idaho civil rights law governing non-discrimination in employment, housing, public accommodation, and the sale or rental of property, including but not limited to Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Fair Housing Act, the American Disabilities Act, the Idaho Human Rights Act, Idaho Code, and 675901, subsequent sections, and all controlling rulings of the United States Supreme Court and Idaho appellate courts interpreting such laws. That was a concern of mine, and I researched, and all of our grant assurances simply state that we adopt and incorporate the federal civil rights laws.
With all due respect, and I appreciate that.
To be perfectly candid, I'm not sure the answer to that off the hip like this. However, to be clear, this new ordinance does not contradict any state law. It remains very deferential to state law. So I have a hard time imagining a situation where by repealing this ordinance, it would be a hindrance to obtaining funding.
Okay, thank you.
Any more discussion on the motion to postpone?
Sure. I will.
Go ahead,
share my-
Councilwoman Duquette.
I will share my discussion now, I guess.
Well, this is on the motion to postpone, but incorporate it however you want.
Okay, it's the reason to postpone. I have several things just to clear up. The woman that wanted to go to Coeur d'Alene to spend her money, they have a non-discrimination policy just like ours. I don't see her in here anymore, but I just looked that up and it's the same as ours. Words like mentally ill, perverts, delusional, those aren't fair representation, and I don't think those are good things to share to get your point across. I just have to say that. Also in the, why there are shower stalls in the women's, they close. The kids aren't just standing out there taking showers like a gentleman last time shared that everybody in the men's room, I guess, I don't know, I've never been in there, just take showers out in the open. As what I heard from the woman from the Y who presented here 2 weeks ago or a week ago, there was no genitalia exposed. The Y has been the same. Those people that shared their stories, and I appreciated all your stories. I thank everybody for showing up. You put yourselves out there, put yourselves on the line. You were going there for so long and nothing was an issue until this unfortunate thing came up. So I just wanted to get that off my chest. It's unfortunate to me that this issue has turned into emotionally charged, religious and ideologically based, and it's dividing our community unnecessarily. We've had this longstanding NDO for 13 years without incident, and it's been highly valued and mirrored by other cities. Sure, times have changed, but so we need to take more consideration and understanding in what we do with it, I believe. It's fully supported by the Sandpoint Alliance for Equality from the Bonner County Human Rights Task Force, from 80 plus businesses, many community members. A brief from the American Civil Liberties Union declared that, quote, preserving this ordinance means protecting Sandpoint's core values of fairness, dignity, and equal treatment for all, which is something that I have.
Councilwoman Duquette, on that point, sorry to interrupt. That was not signed. We have no signature on that.
It's a brief from
There's
them.
no signature on it.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, and with all due respect, your balanced approach and pragmatic solution by you only, I'm not sure how that is something that should be upheld above all else either, without anybody's input or shared vision. It's all of ours. It's the community's ordinance. It's not yours. I just have to share that at that point. My previous hopes were to table this rewrite until more clear minds could prevail and meaningful conversation could be had with state and local leaders, businesses, legal experts, human rights groups, and community members who live and work here. It would also be wise to include the new council members you all elected, however they chose to come on their own, which I thought was wonderful. We could learn from other cities. I've been told Minneapolis, Seattle, Anchorage. They have found constructive bipartisan solutions by improving privacy, infrastructure, clarifying policy, and supporting community education, all while keeping a non-discrimination protection intact. I see no reason to rush impulsively to rewrite our NDO, and I find it incomprehensible that we have been put in this situation. This should remain a Sandpoint issue, with locals calmly making rational decisions to align our policy with our Sandpoint values and long-term goals. That is the reason I would like to postpone this, to have clearer minds in a different atmosphere work together on this. This is a big issue.
Any other council discussion before I?
Mr. Mayor, what is the motion, Kyle?
The motion is to postpone.
To postpone.
Postpone.
The motion is to postpone this item to our February 4th meeting and instruct staff to prepare a presentation on the process for referring this item to the voters.
Okay.
Mr.
Mayor, finally.
Councilman Dick, do you?
Yeah, I just, Zach or Fonda, could you explain how that would work if we did post?
We'd have to come back to you on February 2nd.
If I understood correctly, Councilman Shriver would be proposing a referendum. And so it would be voter action in
May.
May.
Yeah. Okay. Before council goes,
or November, you could decide.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to respond, Councilwoman Duquette. I appreciate and respect your opinion. I represent, the mayor's office represents the executive branch. You are the legislative branch that makes the laws. I am a pragmatist and I see a loophole. I see right now that the public is aware that any male could wake up tomorrow, walk into a woman's bathroom and claim that they are transgender as of that morning and stand there dressed in any manner of dress. I think that's a loophole, and I have a daughter and I have a wife, and I can't do anything other than change this ordinance to ensure that loophole is closed. So I bring you, the legislative body, a pragmatic solution that allows us to focus our resources on the critical issues facing this community, which are not who should use what bathroom. I don't take offense to your opinion, but I think you need to understand that I am not trying to slam this down anyone's throat. You are the body that will have this deliberative discussion right now, and we are now aware of this loophole and of this ordinance, and I yield the floor back to the next council member.
That loophole then could be discussed.
Next council.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Spiro.
Does this, so there's obviously a lot of conversation. Does this, sorry for the mic, does this, if this ordinance was to pass and we change it, does that allow the because they were using the city code as a shield, as it seems. I haven't talked to them in depth, but if this ordinance changes or passes as the mayor's proposing, does that now not allow biological males in the YMCA restroom? Because I think a lot of people think that, and I'm not sure if it does.
I don't know what the Y is going to do.
But I mean, does this code allow them to have that rule in the YMCA in the cities?
I think it neither allow, like, the code as it exists or the code as it
exists, the NDO as it exists.
I would say that the code as it exists, probably the situation where there's a transgender person in the women's locker room, that could potentially be read as a violation of this code, because that person is being denied public accommodations as defined in the code.
Aren't they private?
That's why I said potentially,
right?
Because that would be the next question. That would be the question that the Human Relations Review Board reviews, and then that would of course be the question that the criminal justice system would take on as well.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Dick.
Zach, you kind of hit on the buzzword here, and I'm still trying to figure out everything that I found out about the YMCA, at least in my research, is they are an international organization from the 1840s that has globally had policies that allowed using whichever bathroom or locker room that you decided to identify in. And it got a little more specific based upon where you were at as well. So the YMCA is a private business on private property. And our current NDO, you think, allows for, or it would be discrimination for someone to go into, for us to take out or not have, or they decide that they don't want biological males in the locker room, in the female locker rooms, or not same-sex locker rooms?
I think at the end of the day, that would be a question for the process to decide. I'm not going to sit here and say yes or no to that, because I think it's an open question on whether or not they're being denied a public accommodation. I do believe it could be construed that way. Yes.
Tell me about the word accommodations. Is accommodations showers, open restroom stalls? Right?
That's a good question. So the word accommodations itself is not defined in this ordinance. So you look to the ordinary, when a word is not defined in a statute or an ordinance, you look to the ordinary definition of the word. I haven't looked it up in the Webster's Merriam Dictionary, but
Which year?
I suspect it is with respect to the Y because they provide showers to everybody. I suspect that showers or restrooms, locker rooms are accommodations.
Have you been asked, or do you think it's possible to keep the existing NDO, remove the tribunal portion of this, and add some language into same-sex bathrooms?
Of course, that's possible. That's.
Well, how about in terms of liability for us?
I think we could craft an ordinance that doesn't increase or reduce liability. I don't think. I think that this ordinance. I don't think we have a lot of liability with this ordinance either way. In a nutshell, I don't think that we're liable with the proposed change. I don't think there's a lot of liability with the ordinance as it stands.
But one seems to create more confusion with the tribunal in that situation.
I mean, whether or not it creates confusion
For the city of Sandpoint.
I would say it creates a lot more process, and the city would have to undergo that process, and the statute or the ordinance does require it. So it would require the city to undergo this investigative process, and that would be city resources.
And Councilman Dick, with respect, that's the purpose of bringing this forward is just the process of convening, researching, investigating, prosecuting potentially. Right now, the YMCA has cited our code as the rationale for not prohibiting trans women or biological males into restrooms. And the goal of this ordinance amendment is to simply say we do not discriminate per federal and state code, and we follow federal and state code, and to extract us from this national cultural debate, because frankly, the resources and time it would take, you can only imagine if there are 5 claims or 10 claims, which I'm sure there will be now that everyone is aware that all sorts of rights could be infringed upon for not providing public.
Mr. Mayor, can we
Councilwoman
go
Rule?
back to council discussion, please?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, sorry, I mean, there was
Councilman
a lot said today, so.
Councilman Espiro, you are recognized.
Justin, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
What about the city beach? How does this work with the city beach, right? I play in volleyball. I'm going to use me as an example and nobody else. You know, I send my 3 daughters to go to the restroom. How are biological males able to go to this city beach restrooms and use them?
So, I mean, I think there would need to be a situation where someone is being denied accommodation.
Okay.
So no, I mean, I don't think that situation is particularly applicable
to this.
Well, because someone needs to be being denied accommodations.
Okay. I'm going to process that.
Okay.
And Councilman Espiro, so if somebody denied a trans woman or a biological male entry, then we would be in a situation.
Okay.
I guess Mr. Mayor, I'm still having trouble with why don't there was work that was put into the NDO, right? I'm not a fan of this tribunal process. The city, I don't believe, should be dealing with this, but that still doesn't mean that we can't have those protected classes that are not discriminated against, right? Why not work with the existing NDO, but work on the same-sex bathroom, locker room, and define accommodations? And, no matter how we get out of this room tonight, nobody's going to be happy, right? But is there a compromise to be made somewhere that still protects women, protects children, protects the most vulnerable, and stops a private organization from using our NDO as a shield for their own policies? As far as and again, I will eat my words, but it looks like these policies have been in existence for a long time to use whichever bathroom or locker room you identify with. I have not met an employee of the YMCA that had any specific training on transgender, gender identity in which locker room or which bathroom. I don't necessarily see that we scrap the whole thing. We already have it here. Why not make the changes now, especially if there's not going to be, you said that you don't think there's liability either way.
But if you make bathrooms gender specific, isn't that denying them access?
I don't know.
Councilman Spiro,
That's a good question.
It's not?
ultimately, I think the solution is we all have unisex bathrooms to make sure that everyone has public accommodation. The point I'm making in this ordinance is that why not just mirror federal and state code and extract ourselves from this conversation?
Yeah, seems pretty simple.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Howard.
With all due respect to Councilor Shriver, I think it's quite unfair to go push this discussion to February 4th. Justin has sat on this dais for 4 years. I've sat here for a year and a half, and you don't want our voices in the decision. I think that's quite unfair.
The decision to put it to the voters?
No,
How?
no. You want to kick this decision. You said table it for tonight, move it to February 4th. That was your motion,
Right.
which denies those of us that have been sitting on the dais the ability to vote on what is the right direction for the city.
Do you want to put it to the voters?
I think it's the duty of the council to make this decision.
So you don't want the voters to decide?
The voters are not the ones that created the ordinance.
Okay, fair enough. You just made your decision.
Well, we'll see if we get to vote on it tonight or not.
Well, the first thing we'll be voting on is this motion to postpone to
Mr. Mayor,
February.
I'm going to call for the vote.
Councilwoman President Rule is called for the vote.
Postpone.
This will be, and to be clear, to restate the motion by Councilman Schreiber and second by Duquette, postponed to 2/4/2026, so staff can prepare a presentation and that would refer this question to the voters. Did I get that right, Councilman Schreiber? Generally?
Yes.
Right, this will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Dick,
No.
Counselor Howarth,
No.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Spiro,
No.
Counselor Duquette.
What I was actually.
Yes or no, Councilwoman?
Please allow to make a statement, Mr. Thank you, Council President.
Go ahead, Council President. I mean, Council Duquette.
My idea when you said that was not necessarily to put it to a vote on February 4th, but to postpone so that we could, that was the first thing you had said, so that we could get clarification, get some answers, get some input instead of having the mayor write an ordinance that maybe all of us don't agree with, that doesn't have much meat in it, that doesn't solve any of the problems except just taking us out of it. And it's our community, it's our non-discrimination ordinance. That's what I was thinking. I was seconding, and then you added the part about February 4th. Okay, yes. Makes it easy.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
It's a tie vote by my count. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Tie vote dies for passage. I don't think, do I vote on a tie vote?
You can break the tie.
Yeah. I vote, let me clear here. No, not to postpone it.
Mr. Mayor, motion fails.
So Councilwoman Duquette, just for clarity.
Yes.
You voted on that particular motion. That doesn't
Yes.
prevent you from making a different motion should you choose.
Thank you.
You're right now.
My motion would be to postpone this. Why the hurry? Why the rush? It's impulsive to me to put everybody on the spot, something as large as this, as impactful as this. You've heard everybody speaking, people very emotional. I understand all of it. I don't think by just saying the ordinance that the mayor has written is what we want. I would like to postpone for more community input, more discussion, more remedies, more solutions, not just bailing out and letting the state.
Councilwoman Duquette, you have made a motion to postpone. Is that to a time certain or to a certain meeting or month or year or indefinitely?
Well, not indefinitely. I do not know. Does anybody have any ideas that would make it?
Next
Councilwoman
Wednesday.
Duquette, with all respect, it was your motion, so.
That's my motion, so I'm asking for input on my motion.
This is a meeting where we're trying to
And
pass legislation. to do
allow
business.
discourse between the council members.
With
And
all
that's what I
respect,
think we're up here for.
Councilwoman Duquette, just looking for a date that you want to postpone it to our meeting.
Mr. Mayor,
go
maybe I
ahead.
can help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Duquette, is it
Yes.
important to you to try to have a decision on this previous to the end of the year so your two existing council members can vote on it? Or is it important to you to have it after the first of the year with your?
Actually, I would like to have our new council members that were elected by the public have something to say about this. Thank you very much for helping me.
So,
So January or February?
Okay,
No, you pick.
January. How about what's the last meeting in January?
second meeting of the month.
You
I
can
don't
just
know.
say second meeting in January. That's fine.
Second meeting in January.
Councilwoman Duquette has made a motion to postpone this item to the second meeting of January 2026. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Rule, Council President Rule. Discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schreiber.
Justin, does that give you the time that you need to figure this out and make the changes you want to make?
So you're asking if I could make my changes prior to leaving council, but not be able to vote on it?
Or you could propose a different time?
Well,
This would be the time to make an amendment to the motion?
We'll have some discussion here. I guess a question that I need to ask is if we put in the new NDO or we vote in the new NDO, what changes at the YMCA? Is it just our tribunal portion of this?
I can answer part of that and I'll let legal jump in to Councilman Dick. Basically, the YMCA would not cite the city's ordinance as the rationale for their current policy. And they would have to articulate their own policy as to why they choose transgender women to utilize the women's restroom.
Doesn't it do more than that?
It does.
Takes away everything.
Councilwoman Duquette, it reflects all civil rights and non-discrimination laws that the state and federal government recognize.
I guess I think the municipal input is as important as the state, if not more.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to call for the vote.
Council President Rules called for the vote. This will be a roll call vote to postpone
Postpone till
until
later.
the new year, the second meeting in January.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Spiro,
No.
Counselor Dick,
No.
Counselor Howarth,
No.
Counselor Rule.
Yes.
I vote no.
Mr. Mayor, motion fails.
Any further council discussion? Otherwise, I would entertain I would have the clerk read aloud the ordinance title. You'll then get to make a motion
Go for it.
and discuss. And I can read it, Haley, if you'd like, either way. You can get it? Yeah.
An ordinance of the City of Sandpoint, a municipal corporation of Idaho, repealing and replacing City Code 5-2-10, discrimination prohibited, providing for repeal and severability, and providing for publication and an effective date.
I would entertain a motion that the ordinance passes first reading by title only and the summary is approved.
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Aspiro, second by Howarth. Discussion?
Let's be better than that.
Mr. Mayor, I keep going back to this. If we postpone for 1 week till next Wednesday to sit down, it doesn't sound like legal has had an opportunity, unless you have, and we're not discussing it right now, to keep the current NDO, to lose the tribunal portion of this, and to figure out how pick ourselves out of the bathroom conversation with the again, this does nothing to change what's going to happen at the YMCA.
Councilman Dick, so no, legal staff, we have not done a full analysis of all the possible options that could exist in the world that would allow us to remove the bathroom question and the tribunal question. The tribunal question is inherently tied to the ordinance because that is the unbiased body that's supposed to review this. What is before you is the most simplistic action that we could take that still respects the dignity of human beings and affords them all civil rights and non-discrimination protections under state and federal code. In my mind, this is the most simplistic thing we can do to get moving on other things like our wastewater plant, our roads, our sewer, our parks, and other vital critical infrastructure.
Mr. Mayor,
I don't know where that came from.
that came from me.
Council,
Cheryl
Cheryl Hughes,
Cheryl.
Central Services Director.
Just in reference to Counselor Dick's request for a meeting next Wednesday, we will not have a city clerk.
Okay.
So we won't have a clerk for that meeting due to the holiday and other circumstances.
Thank you.
And we don't know if any of us are going to be here.
We never know.
Never know.
Councilman
But we're
Smith.
here now.
We are.
Level-headed, contrary
Any
to
other
the
discussion?
Yes, I think that you're, Mr. Mayor, if I may,
You are recognized, Councilwoman
I
Duquette.
think that you're ignoring the 80-plus businesses, the 400-plus members of Sandpoint Alliance for Equality, the 700 members of the Bonner County Human Rights Task Force, and many of our community members who have spoken and written to us that I have read and responded to almost every one. And if I did not, I apologize. I think you're ignoring that part of our community, and I don't think that's the way to do it.
Appreciate your comments, Councilwoman Duquette. I assure you, I am not ignoring anyone. I am not ignoring the over 2,000 or 3,000 businesses that didn't respond. And I am not ignoring the most important thing, which is my conscience.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Spiro.
is there a motion on the table?
There is.
To pass it?
To pass the first reading, if you would be one to, so this will be a roll call vote. Thank
Is
you.
there an actual motion and a second or just the reading?
Just the reading
That's what I
for the
thought.
script. Yeah.
Reading,
Yeah,
so
for just the reading. Thank you for clarification. The motion that was moved by Spiro and second by Howard was to entertain a motion. The ordinance passes first reading by title only and the summary is approved. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Schreiber,
No.
Counselor Howarth,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
I think the only thing that we are accomplishing right now is dividing our community. And I would put this on the mayor. I feel like we could have dealt like this off the dais in a much more understanding way, reaching across the aisle to each other. I vote no.
Counselor Spiro,
I just want to be clear, with all due respect, Councilwoman, Council President, you only let it divide it if you let it. I am literally going to, whether this passes and my view loses or the other view wins, that's part of life. And you move on and you start treating people with respect and dignity the way I'm assuming we all have, because we haven't even had to use this. And we can do the amendment tonight. And if we want to keep the cities protected or to keep it consistent with state and federal law, and it can be amended later if the new council members choose to, as they bravely wanted, or at least one of them wanted to come up here and us to wait for him, even though he's not the one that had to deal with all this. He can make an amendment when he wants to, or the next council meeting, y'all can make an amendment. How it goes. So I'm choosing yes.
Counselor Duquette,
No.
Counselor Dick,
Yeah, I'm stuck. Rarely have I gotten into these positions in 4 years where I've had something to say, and after listening to everybody and all sides and not wanting to see division in our community, I'm almost at a loss for words. I've had a business here for at least 20 years. 2018, I had a person who worked for me who was male for the first 8 years of his employment working with me, and decided to transition with all of us, with our entire staff. And it was not easy, but we all worked at it. And it lasted about a year or so. It was incredibly challenging, quote unquote, dead naming this person, calling them by their former name, misgendering them, calling them by their former gender. The one thing we never, ever, ever ran into, and I didn't even have to bring this up with this person, was where they were going to the bathroom. And I was fortunate enough, we had communal bathrooms at Trinity for a couple of years until a potential ADA lawsuit came across for a wheelchair customer of ours that could not use the bathrooms. And I spent $50,000 of my own money, not the hotel owner's money, to put in a family restroom. And that's where this employee changed from there on out. Again, my frustration with the YMCA right now, my heart is pounding. There was a better way to go about this, especially if these were your policies and this is what they, and your employees should have been trained if this was the case. It doesn't sound like either. We've had trans customers, never had an issue. Trans customers at Jalapenos, at Trinity, at the 219. We've been fortunate right now at 113, we have 2 bathrooms that are lockout bathrooms. I also come from a family where every morning with a 13-year-old daughter and a 17-year-old boy and a 46-year-old wife, I knock on the door. Even if I'm 99.9% certain that nobody's in there, I knock on the door. If I go to Rick came out of the bathroom tonight and I knew it. I watched it with my own eyes and he shut the door and I knocked on the door. It's just part of it. Privacy is something that we value around the restaurants, that our customers value, and the stories that were shared. I can understand the privacy concerns, the concerns of me having my daughter, my wife, in a communal space. I mean, we have no expectation of privacy in a public area. I don't think we now have any public expectation of privacy in a communal locker room. You know, you only have that expectation of privacy in a single stall bathroom. And it's rather unfortunate. And I wish I could do more, but I do feel I concur with Councilor Spiro that if there needs to be amendments made to this, it needs to be dealt with now. I've only missed one night in 4 years, Josh, and I have an obligation to vote. And I think I've certainly earned that. And I vote yes.
That's just for the reading of the title, right?
It's a tie. So because the council's tied, that invokes the somewhat rare occasion when the mayor gets to vote. And I would just say this, we can treat every resident in Sandpoint with dignity and respect, including LGBTQ plus residents, and still recognize that our city should not be imposing policies that exceed federal law, that may put businesses in legal jeopardy or may eliminate the reasonable privacy expectations of women and girls in intimate spaces like bathrooms and locker rooms. Sandpoint can condemn discrimination and promote fairness without taking on legal obligations far beyond our authority or capacity. This is about balancing rights, staying within the law, and keeping our community safe, unified, and protected from unnecessary political and cultural conflict. Therefore, I vote yes. The ordinance is passed its first reading by title only, and the summary is approved. I would entertain a motion that the rules requiring 3 separate readings, once in the ordinance entirety, be suspended, and that the ordinance pass its second and third readings under suspension of the rules.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Howard, second by Spiro. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Duquette?
No.
Counselor Schreiber?
No.
Counselor Rule?
No.
Counselor Dick?
Yes.
Counselor Spiro?
Yes.
Counselor Howarth?
Yes.
It appears to be a tie again. The mayor will invoke his privilege to break the tie. I vote yes. The motion passes and the ordinance is considered read, passed, and adopted under suspension of the rules. Following the council's passage of the first reading by title only of this proposed ordinance, amending Sandpoint City, oh, nope, sorry, wrong one. With that, council members, I believe that concludes the meeting for this evening, and I would have a motion to adjourn.
You have,
Mr. Chair.
you have an amended agenda.
Okay, I'm sorry, it's been a while, long night.
Been
I-
a few hours.
I thought, can somebody remind me what is on that amended agenda? Number five, yes. No?
Mr. Mayor, we've already addressed number 5. It's the item that you refused to put on the agenda. which
Oh,
is
yeah,
city
city administrator. Thank you.
discussion.
Thank you. That was not intentional. Councilwoman, President Rule has added, the agenda item discussion of city administrator. Councilwoman President Rule, the floor is yours for this discussion.
Let me get a little bit organized here. You can allow me a minute. Allow is that.
Sure, we'll take a 2-minute, suspension or pause for folks to leave if they so choose, or if they want to stick around and hear the discussion.
Yep.
Council meeting is reconvened at 10:10 PM to discuss the item that was added by the council, which is discussion of the city administrator, I believe. So I defer and give the floor to Council President Rule.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to point out to the public that the reason I'm bringing this forward is in reflection of the email that this council received from the mayor on June 12, 2025, where he explains to us because of family responsibility and maintaining his business here in the community, that he would only be able to give us a very little bit amount of his time. And then I also would like to point out to the public that there are no requirements in state code or state law that require the mayor to be here any time frame at all. So to make the argument simply to pay the mayor more, I don't believe is a great argument. So that's why we are back to the city administrator question. The other piece of it is the institutional knowledge. I am well aware that the community was not happy previously, but I'd like to state that if this were to move forward, there would be significant guardrails. There would be lots of discussion in the checks and balances area so that if we were to move in this direction, it would not take a similar direction as it had before. And now that I've made that statement and we can now start this discussion in the public, I would like to give this exhausted council the opportunity to table this item until our first meeting in December. And so I would make a motion to table this item until our first meeting in December.
Second.
Motion by President Rule to table this item, second by Councilwoman Duquette. Any discussion?
Just for clarification, will it be an action item or just discussion for the next meeting?
I believe we can start with discussion.
Any further council discussion? Will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Howard,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Motion passes. With that, all items on the agenda have been accomplished or moved. Meeting motion to adjourn at 10:13. Is there a motion and a second to adjourn?
Second.
That was a second by Duquette. Meeting's adjourned at 10:13.